Chapter 306 Shattering Their Confidence. Many minutes have passed since the conversation between Senior Nie and Xiaohua ended, but the atmosphere there remained heavy, almost suffocating, especially for those people standing closest to the Dragon Essence Temple. Xiaohua, here are my treasures. Please hold on to them while I enter the mystic realm. Yuan handed Xiaohua his spatial ring and storage pouch. Xiaohua will protect the treasures without fail. Xiaohua said to him with a serious look on her face, acting like she was handed a big responsibility. Who would dare to steal from a spirit king in the lower heavens? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Xiaohua could leave Yuan's treasure on the ground, go take a nap, and come back with the treasure still on the ground, completely untouched. By the way, what are you going to do with your soul weapons, young master? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Soul weapon? Long Yijuan and the others turned to look at them with wide eyes filled with shock after hearing their conversation, even ignoring how Feng Yuxiang addressed Yuan as young master. Huh? What do you mean? I can't take treasures inside, so I'll have to leave it out here obviously. Yuan said. But soul weapons are unique. They must be within a certain distance from its master. There's no way around it. What happens if I am too far away from them? Yuan then asked. I think it would be better if I showed it to you. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued. Can you hand me one of your soul weapons for a moment? Yuan nodded, and he retrieved the starry abyss from the spatial ring before handing it to Feng Yuxiang. Once she had the starry abyss in her grasp, Feng Yuxiang suddenly took off into the sky and flew away, acting like a thief during a grab-and-run situation. Feng Yuxiang's sudden movements attracted the attention of everybody there, including Senior Nie. Where's she going? They all wondered. However, Senior Nie was more interested in the starry abyss that was within her grasp. Is that a soul weapon? Senior Nie mumbled in a dumbfounded voice, as he didn't expect to find a soul weapon in the lower heavens. In just a few minutes, Feng Yuxiang managed to fly almost 100 miles away from the mystic realm, and right as she reached the 100th mile mark, the starry abyss in her hand suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, at the mystic realm, Yuan was surprised when the starry abyss suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. How did? Yuan was completely baffled by this phenomenon. Soul weapons are bound to their owners. If they get too far away from their masters, they will immediately teleport back to them, almost as if they have a mind of their own. Xiaohua explained to him. Feng Yuxiang returned sometime later. Do you understand now, young master? You won't be able to escape your soul weapons. However, I don't know how it'll work with the mystic realm, Feng Yuxiang said to him. A moment after Feng Yuxiang's words, Senior Nie's voice suddenly resounded. Soul weapons are an exception, and allowed inside the mystic realm since they are considered as part of the individual. I didn't mention it at first because I didn't think there would be someone with a soul weapon here. Congratulations, young man. You're now a few hundred steps ahead of everyone else before you're even inside the mystic realm. What? He can bring a powerful treasure inside while the rest of us have to go inside empty-handed. That's so unfair. The other participants immediately started complaining, feeling extremely envious of Yuan's soul weapon. I see. Then I will bring my soul weapons with me, Yuan said. Huh? Soul weapons? Long Yijuan and the others raised their eyebrows. Why, you have more than one? Elder Xian asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to take out his other soul weapon, Empyrean Overlord. Forget about the others, even Senior Nie's jaw dropped when he saw Yuan holding two soul weapons, one in each hand. Ignoring the difficulty of obtaining two soul weapons, what kind of talent is required to wield two soul weapons at the same time? Senior Nie has never seen such talents before even within the spirit heavens, and they have plenty of heavenly geniuses that would put most of the people here to shame. Just who is that young man? I cannot see the full extent of his talents. Senior Nie cried inwardly. By the way, young master, you can store your soul weapons within your body, Feng Yuxiang said to him. Really? How do I do that? Yuan asked. Just imagine your body as a spatial ring, and the soul weapons being stored inside your body. Yuan nodded his head and followed Feng Yuxiang's instructions. A moment later, the Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss disappeared from his hands, Yet he could still feel their presence inside his body, almost like how Feng Yuxiang dwells within his body. I think I am ready to enter the mystic realm. I will see you all later, Yuan said to Long Yijuan and the others who were too dazed to respond properly. Why, gee, good luck. Long Yijuan mumbled in a low voice. See you later, disciple Yuan. Elder Shan and Elder Xian said. Don't go easy on them, disciple Yuan. Elder Dai said to him with a smile on her face. That's right. Go beat them senseless, young master. Make them regret being born. Feng Yuxiang cheered for him. Have fun, brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him with a relaxed expression, almost like she had no concern at all, that she was absolutely confident in Yuan's ability. See you later, Yuan, Meishio said to him. After saying his goodbyes, Yuan, Shuejiya, and Gao Dongyao approached the other participants with the token in their grasp. It was at this moment the sect masters and all of the experts there realized something, as they were too shocked by many other things to realize this before. Wait a damn moment. That spirit master was a participant this entire time. But he's clearly wearing the sect elder's uniform for the Dragon Essence Temple. And if I didn't mention it already, he's a damn spirit master. That's right. How could a spirit master possibly qualify for the mystic realm? What's going on here, Sect Master Long? The experts there didn't want to believe that someone under 30 years old could possibly become a spirit master. If someone like that truly exists and enters the mystic realm, the other participants won't be able to compete with someone like that. It'd be a one-sided slaughter. Long Yijuan burst out laughing after seeing the other sect master's reactions, and he spoke in a loud and clear voice so that everybody could hear him. I know many of you are in disbelief and doubting everything at this moment, and I do not blame you for that. In fact, I would probably be doing the same thing if I were in your shoes. However, this is reality. Not only is my disciple a spirit master, but he's also only 18 years old. Ha ha ha. Good luck to everyone participating in the mystic realm. If I were to give you one piece of advice, give up while you can. The complexion of the sect masters and the participants alike turned as white as sheets after hearing Long Yijuan's words, their faces filled with disbelief and immense shock. Reaching spirit master as an 18-year-old? Where on earth did this cultivation monster come from? And why does the Dragon Essence Temple have someone like him helping them out? Spirit master. 18 years old. Senior Nie mumbled in a low voice, subconsciously comparing Yuan's talents to the top geniuses within the spirit heavens. Meanwhile, the other participants stared at Yuan with gawking looks on their faces, as they watched him slowly approach them with an unfathomable aura surrounding his figure at this moment. In their eyes, Yuan looked much bigger than he did a moment ago, almost like had suddenly grown a couple of meters, and they felt like ants in comparison to his awe-inspiring presence. And when they realized that they were going to compete against this cultivation monster in the mystic realm, their confidence shattered like glass under the force of a hammer. Chapter 307 Entering the Mystic Realm. Impossible. This is impossible. There's no way we can beat a monster like him. He's way above our league. The participants felt as though someone from the upper heavens suddenly decided to come down to the lower heavens, just to mess with them by showing off his heaven-defying talents in the mystic realm where only talents mattered. Even for the sects with more than 3 tokens, they didn't feel any confidence in defeating the Dragon Essence Temple, that only has 3 slots. In fact, even if the Dragon Essence Temple only had 1 slot and Yuan occupied that slot, they still wouldn't have any confidence despite having the advantage in numbers. 2 soul weapons and a spirit master cultivation base. The mystic realm is going to be exciting this year. Senior Nie smiled inwardly as his gaze remained on Yuan's figure. Once the Dragon Essence Temple joined the other participants, Senior Nie spoke loudly. I will open the mystic realm in 5 minutes. Use this time to prepare yourself if you haven't already. The next 5 minutes felt like an eternity for the participants and the sect masters alike. Even though it was a rare opportunity for these participants to show off their talents before someone from the spirit heavens, this cultivation monster came out of the blue and stole all of the spotlights without any effort. Meanwhile, the players were more shocked about Yuan's age, as that gave them a little more information on his mysterious identity. Player Yuan is only 18 years old? What a discovery. He's around my age. Wang Xiuying thought to herself, feeling pleasantly surprised. Spirit Master. He definitely has the highest cultivation base out of all players as of this moment. Lightning Emperor thought to himself, realizing just how much had underestimated Player Yuan's advantage. 5 minutes of absolute silence later, Senior Nia spoke. I forgot to mention one more thing. Once you go inside, every sect will be separated from each other, so you won't immediately start fighting with each other the moment you go inside. After his sentence ended, Senior Nia began making weird signs with his hands before shouting out loud. Open! The symbols on each side of the gates suddenly began glowing golden, and the light coming from the mystic realm gradually grew brighter and brighter, until it was nearly blinding. All of the participants narrowed their eyes at this bright light, and unbeknownst to them, they were fully enveloped by this warm light. Once the light subdued, the sect masters turned to look at the place where the participants had gathered, and as they'd expected, it was completely empty there, almost like all of the participants had disappeared like a ghost. They have successfully entered the mystic realm. Senior Nia said to them before waving his hands and retrieving this massive mirror from his spatial ring, putting it directly in front of the sect masters. We will be able to see the participants inside the mystic realm with this mirror of surveillance. Senior Nia said. A few moments later, the sect masters could see their own disciples in the mirror, as well as the other participants, almost like they were watching a movie or something. However, Senior Nia was not finished, and he brought out a couple of crystal balls, 7 to be exact, that hovered in the air around him. Connect. Senior Nia suddenly said. The 7 crystal balls began glowing a subtle blue light. Can you all see it? Senior Nia asked the crystal balls as though he was speaking to them. Yes, I can see it perfectly. Thank you for your troubles, Elder Nia. A feminine voice resounded from one of the 7 crystals. It finally started, huh? I wonder if there are any promising talents this year. What do you think, Senior Nia? Another voice resounded from a new crystal. There are definitely a few. Senior Nia nodded. Oh, my anticipation just went up. Senior Nia then looked at the sect masters and the other spectators and said, they are all sect elders from each of the 7 spirit academies, and they will be watching the spectacle with us. Greetings, seniors. The sect masters there greeted the experts behind the crystal balls. Good luck to all of your disciples. One of the crystals responded, sounding rather friendly. Meanwhile, once their vision returned, the participants were surprised to find themselves transported to some unfamiliar land. So this is the mystic realm? Shuejia looked at her surroundings with a slightly dazed look on her face, realizing that they were no longer at the desolate land, but in a grassland in the middle of nowhere. Hey, Gao Dongya suddenly spoke. What is it? Shuejia turned to look at his handsome face that had a frown on it. Where's our third person? Gao Dongya said in a serious voice. Shuejia's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words, and she immediately looked around them. However, she could only see Gao Dongya there with her. Where's Disciple Yuan? I thought he was supposed to be with us. Why did he get separated from us? Shuejia exclaimed. Disciple Yuan, are you here? Shuejia began shouting his name at the top of her lungs, hoping that he was actually near them. But alas, nobody responded to her. Disciple Yuan. Shuejia did not want to believe that they had been separated and continued shouting his name. Stop your shouting, woman. It's clear that he was separated from us after entering the mystic realm. What are you going to do if you attract unwanted attention with your loudmouth? We don't have any cultivation to protect ourselves at this moment. Gao Dongya said to her. Woman? Loudmouth. Shuejia stared at Gao Dongya with a surprised look, as this is her first time seeing him being so vocal. Anyways, we can only focus on ourselves for now and look for him later when we have some capability to protect ourselves. Let's find someplace where we can cultivate. Gao Dongya then said. Although she was not happy about the way Gao Dongya addressed her, Shuejia couldn't find any fault in his logic and nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 308 Separated from the team. while Shuejia and Gao Dongya looked around for a secure spot where they could cultivate safely. Outside the mystic realm, Long Yijuan and the others were baffled by Yuan's disappearance. Where's disciple Yuan? I thought each sect was supposed to be transported together? Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. The other sect masters were also puzzled by this since they were also looking for Yuan, who was the #1 threat to them at this moment. Where's the young master? I can't see him in the mirror at all. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed after looking at every sect in the mirror. Meanwhile, on Xiaohua's face was a deep frown, looking quite worried, even a little bit angry. Boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua released her 3rd-level Spirit King cultivation base, scaring the living hell out of everybody there. Then they watched as Xiaohua retrieved a massive sword that was thrice her size before flying towards Senior Nia, looking very aggressive. Senior Nia nearly had a heart attack when he saw Xiaohua flying at him with a huge sword, and he also retrieved his own weapon to defend himself. What do you think you're doing, fellow Taoist? Are you trying to anger the heavens by causing a commotion in the lower heavens? Senior Nia asked her. What happened? Who's the little girl? The voices coming from the crystal ball were filled with shock and puzzlement when they saw a little girl attack Senior Nia. Xiaohua stopped a few meters away from Senior Nia before pointing her massive sword at him, and speaking in a serious voice. What did you do to Brother Yuan? If you lie, I will cut you down. Yuan. Are you talking about that talented young man with the black mask? I had nothing to do with his disappearance, and I am as puzzled as you are. Furthermore, I only have the power to open and close the mystic realm. Nothing else. Once they enter the mystic realm, I have no control. Senior Nia said. Calm down and put your sword away before you anger the heavens. Senior Nia then said. Xiaohua did not immediately put her sword away and stared at Senior Nia in silence. A few moments later, Xiaohua lowered the sword, handling the massive thing as though it was as light as a branch. Senior Nia glanced at the sword in Xiaohua's hands, and his heart skipped a beat when he realized its quality. Mythic grade treasure. He cried inwardly. Mythic grade treasures were 2 grades above divine grade, and they are almost non-existent even in the spirit heavens. This little girl is definitely from a place even higher than spirit heavens. I cannot offend her no matter what. Senior Nia cleared his throat before speaking. I know you're worried about that young man's disappearance, but believe me when I say you don't have to. The mystic realm is not an evil place. In fact, it's the complete opposite, being a place where people can go inside and train, and nobody has ever died inside. As for why that young man was separated from his group, one can only assume that the mystic realm made a mistake and separated him by accident. But you don't have to worry since he'll most likely show up sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua said, If Brother Yuan doesn't return in 1 month, Xiaohua will make you take responsibility. Senior Nia swallowed nervously after hearing Xiaohua's threatening words. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? That's Senior Nia from. I understand. Senior Nia interrupted one of the voices coming from the crystal ball, and he continued. I will take full responsibility if that young man doesn't return. Xiaohua nodded her head before returning to the Dragon Essence Temple's side, and proceeded to act as nothing had happened, dumbfounding everyone there. Who was that little girl just now? One of the voices from the crystal ball asked afterward. I don't know. However, she's a 3rd-level Spirit King with a mythic grade treasure. I'm pretty confident that she came from a realm even above the spirit heavens. Senior Nia explained to them. What? Above the spirit heavens? What is such an individual doing at the lower heavens? The voices expressed their shock and disbelief. I know. I almost couldn't believe it at first, but I don't know of a Xiaohua in the spirit heavens, and there's no way such an individual could be a nobody. Senior Nia sighed and he continued. As for that young man, I can only hope that he returns, or my life is in danger. The crystal balls remained silent. None of them would have imagined that such a situation could be possible. That a spirit king's life could be in danger in the lower heavens where spirit lords are non-existent, much less a spirit king. You worry too much, Xiaohua. The young master will be fine even if the heavens fall on him. Feng Yuxiang said to her after she returned. Xiaohua didn't say anything, only nodding her head, still with a slight frown on her face. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, after opening his eyes, Yuan found himself surrounded by dried trees and leaves. Where am I? What happened to the other two? Yuan raised his eyebrows with a puzzled look on his face. Disciple Shui? Disciple Gao? Are you two here? Yuan shouted their names, but alas, there was no response, almost like he was the only one there. After standing around for a few moments, Yuan suddenly turned to look in a certain direction, as he could hear a faint whisper coming from that direction. Come here. Who's there? Yuan called out to the voice. However, the voice continued to beckon him. Come here. Yuan swallowed nervously. Although the voice gave an eerie vibe, he couldn't feel any malice from it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to follow this voice. Chapter 309 Following the Voice. Here. Come. Here. The voice continued to beckon Yuan, its volume increasing the longer he followed the voice. While Yuan subconsciously followed the voice, he checked his own body. Cultivation, First Level Spirit Apprentice Legacy, none Bloodline, none Physique. Heaven Refining Physique Physical Strength, 134 Mental Strength, 375 Soul Strength, 310 Physical Defense, 110 Mental Defense, 221. His cultivation had been wiped like they said it would, and he was only at the First Level Spirit Apprentice. However, for whatever reason, he didn't feel as weak as he did when he was at the same level before. Perhaps it was the soul weapons in his body, but he felt pretty confident in his own strength despite his low cultivation base. As for his techniques, all of them remained unchanged. However, if he wanted to use them, he'd need to increase his chi because he wouldn't be able to use most of his techniques at his current cultivation base. Half an hour later, Yuan suddenly stopped walking when he realized that the voice was no longer calling for him. He looked around, and to his surprise he could see an ancient-looking temple in the distance from where he was standing. Is this the place the voice wanted me to go to? Yuan mumbled to himself as he approached this temple that was about half a mile away. As Yuan got closer to the temple, he realized how run down the place looked, almost like it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yuan stood directly in front of the staircase that led to the temple a few minutes later with a pondering expression on his face. Does that voice belong to the faceless person? Why is it calling for me? He wondered. After standing there for a few moments, Yuan decided to walk up the stairs and enter the temple since he won't have any answers without approaching the source. There were exactly 100 steps on the staircase to the temple, and upon reaching the top, Yuan could see the inside of this temple through the empty doorway. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered the temple. Inside the temple was a long and empty room except for the 10-meter-tall stone tablet at the end of this room that had refined angles and clean words engraved onto it, looking pristine overall, almost like it was newly built, in contrast to the rest of the temple that was ancient and on the verge of collapsing. Furthermore, there was not even a speck of dust on this tablet made of marble, almost as though someone cleaned it very recently. Yuan tilted his head to look at the words carved into this tablet, but alas, he was unable to understand the language. However, despite not understanding a thing, Yuan still felt a sense of awe and dominance from the way the words were carved into the stone tablet, as each line was filled with precision and confidence. What's this feeling I'm getting from these words? It feels so familiar for some reason. Yuan gently caressed the words on the stone tablet with his fingers, feeling slightly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen these words before. Anyways, what happened to the voice? Yuan then looked around while speaking in a loud voice. Why did it call me to this place? I am here just like you wanted. Say something. Anything. However, there was no response. Yuan scratched his head, unsure of what he should do now. Well, I should follow the sect master's instructions and quickly increase my cultivation base before I roam the mystic realm. Before entering the mystic realm, Long Yijuan gave them some advice, and one of them was to start cultivating as soon as they can so they have some capabilities to protect themselves. Yuan proceeded to sit down directly in front of the stone tablet, and took a deep breath before he began cultivating. Due to your title Pang City's hero, cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Due to your untainted body, Cultivation speed has increased by 100%. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, your cultivation speed has increased by 1000%. Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 400%. What? 400%? This place is almost like the Dragon Peak that had 500%. Yuan was shocked by this large number. Is this because of the immense spiritual energy in the mystic realm, or this place specifically? He recalls Long Yijuan mentioning about the mystic realm having an abundant amount of spiritual energy, but he didn't expect it to be this much. At this rate, Hell reached Spirit Warrior in no time. Thus, Yuan began reciting the cultivation technique in his head, absorbing the spiritual energy in the temple at a rapid pace. +7, 502 Qi. +7 for 11 Qi. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level Spirit Apprentice. All stats +150. After literally 2 seconds of cultivation, Yuan had a breakthrough and reached the second level. A few more seconds later, he enters the third level and so on. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fourth level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fifth level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached sixth level Spirit Apprentice. In slightly less than 10 minutes since he started cultivating, Yuan had managed to increase his cultivation base by an entire realm, entering first level Spirit Warrior with ease. You have reached first level Spirit Warrior. All stats +1000. Yuan stood up to stretch after entering the Spirit Warrior realm for the 3rd time in this life. The voice still hasn't returned. Why exactly did it bring me to this place? It probably has something to do with this stone tablet, but I don't understand it. Yuan sighed. Just as he prepared to sit back down and cultivate some more, Yuan heard a gentle voice resound behind him, causing him to turn around. Who are you? This voice asked him in a slightly nervous tone. When Yuan turned around, he could see a pretty young lady with silky long black hair and azure blue eyes wearing plain green clothes standing at the entrance of the temple, and on her face was a slightly surprised expression, almost like she didn't expect to see anyone in this place. Furthermore, she was holding a bamboo basket in her arms, looking like she was a villager out to gather herbs. However, what surprised him the most was the powerful aura that surrounded this young lattice figure. A spirit master. Yuan cried inwardly. He had mistaken this young lady as a fellow participant at first, but there is no way anyone would be able to reach Spirit Master so quickly when their cultivation bases were wiped after entering this place, so there was only one explanation for this. This young lady was a native in the mystic realm. To think he'd encounter a Spirit Master cultivator so quickly after entering the mystic realm. Nobody would have ever imagined this. However, whether this encounter is a fortunate one or not is still unknown. Hello. Yuan greeted her in a friendly voice, and he continued, My name is Yuan. Chapter 310 Sword Marks. Yuan. The azure-eyed beauty raised her eyebrows and she asked, I don't recognize you. What are you doing here at my lord's stone tablet? Your lord? I'll apologize in advance if I am not supposed to be here, but I was called here by a voice. Yuan said to her. A voice? What did the voice tell you? The azure-eyed beauty asked him, seemingly intrigued by his situation. It only told me to come here, Yuan shrugged. Is that so? The azure-eyed beauty mumbled before she started moving again, approaching his direction. Or more specifically, the stone tablet behind Yuan. I'll assume that you're not from around here since I don't recognize your aura, she said to him. Yes. I came here with my fellow disciples, but we somehow got separated. Yuan explained his situation briefly. I see. The azure-eyed lady stopped moving once she stood directly in front of the stone tablet. She then placed the bamboo basket in her arms down before kneeling on the floor and kowtowing to the stone tablet. After a moment of stillness, the young lady lifted her head and retrieved a towel from the basket, and she began wiping the stone tablet as though it was a fragile treasure. What is this place? Yuan decided to ask her. This place doesn't have a name, nor does it have any other purpose besides housing my lord's stone tablet, she responded in a calm voice. Your lord? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, my family served him for countless generations, and it's my job to clean his stone tablet once a month. However, I come here at least once a week since I have nothing else to do. After spending a few minutes cleaning the stone tablet, she turned to look at Yuan in the eyes and spoke. You mentioned a voice calling you to this place, right? Yuan nodded his head. Well, there's actually a barrier made of sword aura protecting this temple if you didn't know. And unless you're protected by my family's blessing, it's impossible to get near this place, much less enter the temple. The azure-eyed lady revealed to him. Sword aura? Yuan mumbled in a low voice, finding this word very familiar. After pondering for a moment, he recalled Xiaohua briefly explaining sword aura to him before. I don't know how you bypassed the barrier, nor anything about this voice you heard, but you're here for a reason. I see. Thank you. Can I get your name? Yuan asked her upon realizing that she hasn't introduced herself yet. The young lady then spoke. My name is Lan Yingying, and am the guardian of this unnamed temple. Miss Lan, if you don't mind me asking, do you know what's written on this stone tablet? Maybe it'll give me a hint or something. Yuan suddenly asked her. Lan Yingying turned to look at the stone tablet and said, The words written on my lord's stone tablet don't mean anything. If you can even call it that. Huh. What do you mean? These symbols are sword marks created by my lord when he was still alive and practicing his sword aura. At least that's what the legend says. Lan Yingying said. Legend? How long has it been since he passed away? Lan Yingying shook her head and said, We don't know for sure when he disappeared, but it was definitely a few 100,000 years ago. A few 100,000 years ago? Yuan exclaimed, as he truly didn't expect that this person had been dead for such a long time. And you're still cleaning his stone tablet despite such a long time? What's the purpose? Yuan couldn't help but ask. When my lord was still alive, he accepted my family's ancestors as his servants, and our family has been serving him since then, even if he's no longer in this world. Cleaning his stone tablet has become a tradition in my family since his disappearance. Lan Yingying said. Anyways, I will be leaving now. I don't mind if you stay here, but don't make a mess, or I'll get angry. Lan Yingying said to him before leaving the temple. Yuan decided to remain in this place since he wanted to be sure that there's really nothing here for him. After Lan Yingying left the place, Yuan took a seat in front of the stone tablet again. Although he wasn't sure what was so special about the stone tablet, he had a feeling that it was related to why he was called here. Thus he began cultivating again. About an hour and a half later, he entered second-level Spirit Warrior. Another hour later, he breakthroughs to third-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and opened his eyes, stopping his cultivation to look at the stone tablet in front of him. Sword marks. Yuan's gaze focused on the incredibly clean and sharp marks on the tablet. After spending 2 hours looking at the sword marks, Yuan returned to cultivating for another 2 hours, reaching the 4th-level Spirit Warrior realm. Yuan repeated this process until the sky began turning dark. At the end of the day, had managed to reach the 5th-level Spirit Warrior realm. After logging off the game, Yuan could already smell Meishio cooking dinner. What happened to you, Yuan? You weren't with the other 2 disciples. Meishio asked him during dinner. I don't know either. I was separated from them before I was aware of it. Are you okay? Yes, I found this pretty safe area and managed to increase my cultivation base to the 5th-level Spirit Warrior realm. Xiaohua. She was really worried about you. She even. Meishio said, and she explained the situation that had occurred after his disappearance. What? Xiaohua did that. Can you tell her not to worry and that I am okay after dinner? Yuan quickly said. I will. Meishio nodded. Thank you. After dinner, Yuan returned to cultivation online to cultivate some more whilst Meishio went to deliver the news of Yuan's situation to Xiaohua and the others. Chapter 311 Studying Sword Aura. Welcome back, Meishio. Feng Yuxiang said to her the moment she logged back inside, acting as though her disappearance was only natural. Meishio nodded and said, I have some news for you regarding Yuan. Brother Yuan? Xiaohua was the one to react upon hearing his name, and she quickly asked, What about Brother Yuan? I just wanted to let you know that even though he's separated from the other 2 disciples, he's still safe and sound, Meishio said. What? How do you know that? Did you contact him somehow? Long Yijuan looked at her with a face of disbelief. How could one contact someone that's inside the mystic realm? He has never heard of this before. Meishio nodded. Yes, I have a method of contacting Yuan. So Brother Yuan is safe? Xiaohua asked her again just in case. Yes, he's safe and well. In fact, he's even reached 5th level Spirit Warrior. What? 5th level Spirit Warrior? But he's only been inside for a day. Elder Shan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Heavens! At this rate, he'll return to his original cultivation base in no time. Elder Xian mumbled. Ha ha. As expected of disciple Yuan. His talents know no bounds. Long Yijuan laughed out loud. The other sects looked at the Dragon Essence Temple, as though they were crazy. What the heck are they talking about? Their number one disciple is missing and they look quite happy, and the sect master is even laughing out loud. Thank heavens! Xiaohua released a sigh of relief after hearing that Yuan was fine. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan spends another hour looking at the stone tablet. Miss Lan mentioned that this place is surrounded by sword aura. Now that I'm a spirit warrior again, I can use my divine sense. Let's see if I can see this sword aura with my divine sense. Thus, Yuan closed his eyes and activated his divine sense, extending it as far as he could manage. But alas, he was unable to see this sword aura. However, with that being said, he could sense an unfamiliar aura around the temple. Is this sword aura? I can sense it but not see it. Yuan mumbled in a pondering voice. He continued to feel this sword aura, trying to understand it for as long as his divine sense could hold up. When he could no longer use his divine sense due to exhaustion, he began cultivating to restore his spiritual energy. Once he was full of energy again, Yuan used his divine sense to inspect the sword aura around the place, and the longer he looked at it, the more he understood it. At least that was the feeling he was getting. It was almost like that time when Xiaohua read her book to him for the first time. He couldn't comprehend a single thing at first, but as he listened to it, he gradually understood it more and more until he eventually learned the technique. Thus, from night to sunrise, Yuan studied the sword aura in fascination, almost like he was mesmerized by its existence. Yuan logged off for breakfast, returning shortly after to study it some more. In the afternoon, Yuan retrieved his divine sense and took a deep breath afterward. He then turned to look at the sword marks on the stone tablet, and he proceeded to stare at it for hours without moving a single muscle. Suddenly, he began closing his eyes, feeling a familiar sensation overwhelm his body. This feeling? Enlightenment? Yuan mumbled in a low voice as his mind drifted. Even though his eyes were closed, Yuan could still see the stone tablet in his mind, and he could see each and every sword mark clearly, almost like he still had his eyes open. Suddenly, the sword marks on the stone tablet began disappearing. A few moments later, all of the sword marks disappeared with the stone tablet completely clean and untouched. A few more seconds later, Yuan could see a figure suddenly appear before the stone tablet with its back facing him. And in this figure's grasp was an ordinary sword. Yuan then watched as this figure raised the sword in its grasp and struck the stone tablet repeatedly, creating multiple sword marks on it. A few minutes later, the stone tablet returned to its original form with many sword marks on it. However, the sword marks disappeared again a few seconds later. Once all of the sword marks were gone, the figure repeated the actions and struck the stone tablet with its sword using the exact same movements. And this scene repeated hundreds of times inside Yuan's head. Yuan's enlightenment continued throughout the night, even forgetting to log off for dinner. He's still inside the game? After cooking dinner, Meishio waited for Yuan to come out of the game, but in the end, he remained inside the game. And not wanting to disturb him, Meishio quietly put his dinner in the refrigerator before calling it a night. The following morning, Meishio woke up to see Yuan's condition, but alas, he was still inside the game. Meishio decided to not log into the game until Yuan returns like last time. While she waited, she went to look at the auction and other things online to kill time. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Yuan had just witnessed the figure strike the stone tablet thousands of times. And with every strike he could sense the sword aura from the sword and the sword marks much clearer. Suddenly, Yuan stood up inside his mind, and he approached the figure. A few seconds later, Yuan stood exactly where the figure once stood, and with a sword in his grasp. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began replicating the figure's sword movement, almost like had become that figure himself. 1, 2, 3, Yuan struck the stone tablet 3 times, but there were no marks on the stone tablet. However, Yuan didn't stop and continued to strike the stone tablet. 100, 200, 300 strikes. After striking the stone tablet hundreds of times inside his mind, completely unbeknownst to him, a profound aura that resembled sword aura began appearing around Yuan's real body. Chapter 312 Advanced Sword Mastery. I wonder if that young man is still there. Lan Yingying mumbled to herself as she approached the unnamed temple shortly after sunrise. While she normally visits the temple once a week to clean the stone tablet, she has been experiencing a weird sensation in her chest ever since she met the masked man 2 days ago, almost like her guts was telling her to return to the temple. About half an hour of walking later, Lan Yingying arrived at the temple, and she could already feel something different in the air before she even stepped onto the staircase to the temple. This aura. It can't be. Lan Yingying quickly ascended the staircase when she realized the type of aura she was experiencing. A few moments later, she stood at the entrance of the temple and looked inside, and to her surprise, the masked person was still there. Furthermore, there was even a subtle amount of sword aura emitting from his body. Of course, the most shocking part about all of this was his cultivation base, which had increased exponentially since their last meeting only 2 days ago. My lord. He was a first-level spirit warrior just 2 days ago. Now he's a 5th-level spirit warrior. How can anyone cultivate so fast? Lan Yingying covered her mouth in shock when she realized Yuan's immense growth. She has seen many geniuses in her lifetime, but she has never seen someone with as much talent as this masked individual, who'd managed to learn sword aura as a spirit warrior. No. There is one person she can think of who could possibly rival this person in terms of talent. The lord her family used to serve, who was known to have unrivaled talents and a legendary swordmaster. Lan Yingying didn't want to disturb Yuan, so she quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she noticed a change on the stone tablet that she has cleaned ever since she could walk. The sword marks. They're reacting to that individual's sword aura. Impossible. Lan Yingying nearly cried out loud after seeing the sword aura that was left behind by the person who made the sword marks reacting for the first time in her life. Who is this person? Lan Yingying wondered with a serious look on her face, and she decided to stay around to witness the situation for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's head, he struck the stone tablet for the 1000th time, creating a small cut on the stone tablet, and the sword in his grasp was emitting weak sword aura. This is the feeling I was looking for. Yuan's eyes flickered with profoundness, and he continued to strike the stone tablet. The more he practiced his sword aura, the deeper and cleaner the cuts got. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Yuan struck the stone tablet over 10,000 times without stopping, his understanding of sword aura increasing with every strike. Meanwhile, the training inside his mind also reflected in the real world, as his sword aura grew increasingly stronger and sharper. If one were to drop a piece of paper on top of Yuan right now, it would definitely be torn to shred the moment it touches the sword aura surrounding him. Lan Yingying watched as Yuan improved his sword aura at a frightening rate. Suddenly, she noticed that the sword aura in the sword marks was actually leaving the stone tablet and being absorbed by Yuan's sword aura. What? He's absorbing my lord's sword aura. No. My lord's sword aura is attracted to him. It's going towards him on its own will. Lan Yingying was shocked to the core when she realized what was happening. It took a couple of hours, but eventually, Yuan absorbed all of the sword aura on the stone tablet. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept the place when Yuan absorbed the last bit of sword aura from the stone tablet. Lan Yingying, who was standing all the way at the entrance, noticed small tears on her clothes when the sword aura touched her despite standing so far away from Yuan. What intense sword aura! Lan Yingying didn't care about her clothes being destroyed by Yuan's sword aura. Or more precisely, she was too focused on him to care about such a minor thing. The sword aura around Yuan subdued a few moments later, and he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath afterward. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your novice sword mastery has developed into advanced sword mastery. You have understood the basics of sword aura. You have learned sword aura. Congratulations. You have been awarded the title Sword Master. Advanced Sword Mastery. Description. Greatly improves your control with the sword by 30% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 50%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Your sword techniques will also have more impact. Requires no activation. Sword Aura. Mastery Level 1. Description. Allows you to convert your spiritual energy into sword aura and treat it as though it's a real sword. Increases sword damage and sharpness. The effects increase with mastery level. So this is sword aura, huh? I feel like I am surrounded by invisible swords. Yuan looked at his hand that was protected by sword aura. Isn't this kind of like chi manifestation? He mumbled in a pondering voice. Who's there? Yuan suddenly noticed a presence behind him and turned around. You're Miss Lan? Yuan immediately recognized her pretty face and unique azure-colored eyes. However, there was something different about her this time. More precisely, her appearance, her clothes. They were ragged, almost like someone had used a knife and slashed her clothes a dozen times until it turned into this sad state, and a lot of her skin was exposed by the holes in her clothes. Are you okay? Yuan pointed at her shredded clothes, completely oblivious that he was the culprit. Lan Yingying looked down with a nonchalant expression before speaking. Never mind that. I want you to meet my family. Can you come with me now? Chapter 313. When can we expect a child? You want me to meet your family? Why? Yuan looked at Lan Yingying with wide eyes. Because I want to confirm something. Perhaps it might even have something to do with you being here, she said in a calm voice. Really? Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Since she's the guardian of this place, and her family used to serve the swordmaster who marked this stone tablet, they might know something about the voice that beckoned him, perhaps even the faceless individual he saw outside the mystic realm. Lan Yingying nodded and said, It's only half an hour away from this place. Follow me. She then turned around and walked out of the temple in a casual manner, acting as though her clothes weren't in such a shabby state. Yuan didn't linger around, and proceeded to follow her outside the temple. After some time, he could no longer hold his curiosity and decided to ask her, What happened to your clothes? Did you encounter a powerful magical beast on your way here? Lan Yingying looked at him without stopping her legs, and she said, There are no magical beasts in this area. As for why my clothes are in this state, Lan Yingying raised her hand and pointed her finger at him. You're the one who made my clothes like this, your sword aura, to be exact. I am terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Yuan was shocked to hear that he was the cause of her ridiculous appearance. I know. You don't have to say anything. It was my fault for being so nosy and getting too close, anyways. Lan Yingying shrugged it off casually. Thank you, Miss Lan. Yuan said to her, feeling relieved that she didn't blame him. Half an hour later, they arrived at this spacious land in the middle of the dead forest, and at the center of this place was a large wooden cabin alongside a couple of smaller buildings. You live here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect a young girl like Lan Yingying to live in a place like this, especially since she looked so noble and graceful, almost like a noble in a big family. Yes, and my grandparents, she said. Oh, what a surprise. An old man with long white hair and a medium white beard came out of the cabin before they could even approach it. Grandma, come look at this. Look at what Yingying brought home. It's a man. And our dear granddaughter even looks like a mess. The old man suddenly began shouting out loud in a voice full of excitement. What? A man? Impossible. Another voice quickly resounded, and a few seconds later, an old lady also came out of the house and stood beside the old man. Heavens! Look at her appearance. Looks like they had plenty of fun before coming back here. Back, grandfather, grandmother. Lan Yingying said to them. acting like she didn't hear their loud words just now. Hey boy, are you my granddaughter's boyfriend? Where did you two meet? How long have you been dating? Have you done that yet? The old man suddenly began bombarding Yuan with questions. Calm down, you old fool. What if you scare him away? This is the first time she brought home a man too. I'll skin you alive, old fool. The old lady even smacked the old man's butt as she scolded him. Hello, young man. You can ignore this old fart. With that being said, when can we expect a child from you too? The old lady spoke with a grin on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan was left speechless by their weird questions. Grandfather, grandmother, stop joking around. This is a serious matter regarding the Lord's stone tablet. Lan Yingying said to them with a slight frown on her face. The Lord's stone tablet? Her grandparents' face suddenly became serious upon hearing her words. What about the Lord's stone tablet? Did something happen? The old man then asked with a frown on his face. Lan Yingying nodded her head before pointing at Yuan and speaking. The Lord's stone tablet reacted to him, allowing him to absorb the sword aura left behind by the Lord. What? The both of them exclaimed in a shocked voice. Don't tell me he's the Lord's descendant. The old lady spoke in a trembling voice. I brought him here to see if that is the case or not, Lan Yingying said. After a moment of silence, the old man said, Come inside first. We'll talk once we are feeling more comfortable. The grandparents then entered the house. Let's go, Yuan. Lan Yingying said to him before going inside the house. Although it felt weird to enter a stranger's home, Yuan didn't feel any malevolence from them and decided to trust them. Once they were inside, Yuan sat around a large table with the others. Give me more context. The old man then said. Lan Yingying nodded and proceeded to recall everything she knew. From her first meeting with Yuan 2 days ago to their second meeting today. I see. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself, young man? The old man then turned to look at Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, I came here with my fellow disciples, but we got separated on our way here. And before I knew it, I was in the forest. Then I heard this voice that beckoned me, so I followed it. And the voice led me to the temple. The grandparents pondered for a moment before speaking. If you don't mind me asking, what is your purpose for coming to this place? To be completely honest with you, I have no clue. Yuan shrugged. The grandparents exchanged looks with each other, and the old lady asked him a moment later, Young man, did you perhaps come from the outside world? Yuan's eyes widened. The people here are aware of the outside world? That they're currently inside the mystic realm? Just what is this place? Chapter 314 Mystic Realm Natives. What? You think we wouldn't know about the world outside the mystic realm, when you outsiders come here every 10 years? The old man said. And he continued, You know, the people of this world, the natives, our ancestors also used to live in the outside world, but they decided to live in this world instead, isolated from the outside world. But how's that possible? I thought we only have a month inside the mystic realm before we must leave? Yuan spoke in a dazed voice. Sure, that's how the mystic realm works nowadays. However, that wasn't the case during the ancient times when people could enter the mystic realm at will, and without any restrictions, the old man said. And he continued, the mystic realm changed when it got an owner, who turned this place into a massive trial of sorts, implementing the rules that you're experiencing now. Wow. I had no idea the mystic realm would have such a deep history. What about the people of this world? Can you guys leave the mystic realm? Yuan asked after his initial awe. The old lady shook her head and said, Unfortunately, we're stuck in this world. Before the owner created the rules for this world, had asked everybody in this world if they wanted to leave or stay in this world, and at that time, our ancestors, with full knowledge that they won't be able to leave this place ever again, decided to stay in here. There is no way out of this world, only a way inside, not including the time limit of 1 month. The old man continued. Don't you want to go outside? Yuan suddenly asked. Not really. According to our ancestors, the spiritual energy in this world is much better than the spiritual energy outside. Although it's much smaller in this world, We'll get to live longer since we have a higher cultivation base, and there are not as many worldly conflicts here. The old lady explained. I guess the spiritual energy in this place is much more abundant than outside overall. Yuan couldn't deny this since had experienced it for himself firsthand. To tell you the truth, not everyone in this world is like us, as most of the natives aren't very fond of outsiders, since many of them are jealous of your ability to leave this place. Therefore, it's best to keep your identity as an outsider hidden. The old man revealed to him, taking him by surprise. I see. Thank you for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Anyways, returning to the topic at hand, we believe you're a descendant from our Lord's bloodline in the outside world, and we would like to check your blood if you don't mind. The old lady said. I highly doubt it, but what if? What if I turn out to be a descendant? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Then we will serve you for the rest of our lives. At least until you have to leave the mystic realm. Lan Yingying said to him with a serious look on her face. Yuan looked at them with a perplexed expression. They're going to serve him. That didn't feel right to him for some reason. How will you test my blood? He still asked them a moment later. Oh, that's simple. You simply have to mix some of your blood with our blood to see if there's any reaction. If there's even the slightest reaction, it'll mean that you're the Lord's descendant. The old man explained. Are you willing? Yuan nodded. Seeing his approval, the old man turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, Go ahead. Drop some of your blood into this bottle. Yes, grandfather. Lan Yingying retrieved a small knife from her spatial ring before cutting a decently large hole in her finger, startling Yuan with the amount of blood she squeezed into the bottle. Don't worry, we only need a drop of your blood. The old man laughed after seeing his nervous expression. After Lan Yingying stopped pouring her blood into the bottle, she licked the wound on her finger, and Yuan watched as the cut on her finger instantly healed. Go ahead, young man. The old man handed the bottle to Yuan afterward. Yuan nodded and retrieved his starry abyss before cutting a small wound on his thumb. A soul weapon? The old couple was shocked when they realized the treasure in Yuan's grasp, but they didn't say anything. A few seconds later, Yuan dripped a large drop of his blood inside the blood, and everybody there watched for any reaction in anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed without any reaction, and the old man placed the bottle down inside. Unfortunately, you're not the Lord's descendant, the old man said in a sighing voice. I see. Yuan nodded, feeling relieved for some reason. Well, even if you aren't the Lord's descendant, you're still a very talented young lad. Learning sword aura as a spirit warrior. You definitely qualify to sow your seed inside our granddaughter. The old lady said with a grin on her face. Sow my seed in her? What? Yuan was completely puzzled by their words. Don't mind them, Yuan. They've been like this ever since my parents died, and they're worried that our family's long legacy will end with me. Lan Yingying explained to him. Anyways, do you have any questions for them? Lan Yingying then asked him. Yuan nodded and said, Do you know anything about the voice that beckoned me to the temple? And what about that faceless person I saw? However, the old couple didn't respond to him, and on their face was a gawking expression, their eyes filled with shock. What's the matter? Yuan asked them. Are you sure about that? A faceless person? The old man asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded. Yes. I'm sure. Do you know who that is? The old man swallowed nervously before speaking. That is most likely the Lord. Huh. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this new information. Chapter 315 Faceless Statue. See, can you please give some more description to this faceless person? What kind of clothes was he wearing? What color was his hair? How long was his hair? How tall was he? What kind of aura did he emit? The old man asked him in an anxious voice. Yuan nodded his head before closing his eyes to recall the faceless person. He was wearing black clothes with a golden outline. He had long black hair that was nearly as long as his body, and he looked a little bit taller than the average adult. Probably around 74 inches if I had to take a guess. As for his aura, he definitely gave the feeling of a noble, or something otherworldly. What about his sword? Was he carrying a sword? The old man asked, his voice growing more excited as he spoke. A sword? Yuan pondered harder. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "Oh yeah, I think he was carrying a sword on his back. However, it looked like an ordinary sword, so I didn't pay too much attention to it." "Ha ha. That's it. He definitely sounds like the Lord," the old man said as he stood up. "Come with me." The old man then walked outside. Yuan and the others followed him outside. Once they were outside, the old man led them to a path that was behind the cabin. A few minutes later, they reached this small but empty area. And standing in the middle of this area was a statue made of some kind of metallic material. However, the most surprising part about this statue was its face, or more precisely, its lack of a face. Indeed, it was a statue of the faceless figure. This is... Yuan was dumbstruck the moment his eyes laid on the statue. "Is this the person that you saw?" the old man asked him afterward. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. "Yes. Although he looks slightly different, he is, without doubt, the faceless person I saw." Despite being a statue, it gave off a domineering aura, almost like it was a real person standing there. "Although you're not the Lord's descendant, you're most likely related to him in some way since he beckoned you to the stone tablet," the old man said. "Just who is this Lord person anyways?" Yuan asked, and he continued. "And why is he faceless even as a statue?" "Let me answer your second question first. The Lord. Nobody has ever seen his face before, hence why his statue is faceless. Just like what you're doing right now, the Lord always wore a mask, ever since his first appearance to the day he disappeared from this world," the old man said. "As for who the Lord is, we also don't know much about his existence except for the fact that Head showed up one day out of the blue, exhibiting heaven-defying talents and obtaining admiration from countless people. Our ancestors were one of these people, hence why they decided to serve him. Also, he somehow managed to obtain control of the mystic realm, becoming its master. Oh, so he was the one who closed the mystic realm and turned it into a place of trials. Why did he do such a thing?" Yuan asked, his interest piqued. "Nobody knows honestly. The Lord was an eccentric person who exceeds all expectations. We will probably never know his true intentions." The old man sighed. "I see. Then do you know anything about the mystic pagoda?" Yuan decided to ask them since Senior Nya made it sound like an important place. "The mystic pagoda? That's where the Lord used to live," the old lady said to him. And she continued, "Don't tell me the outsiders are still trying to open it? They should give up already." Seeing the puzzlement in Yuan's eyes, the old lady explained. "Every 10 years, the outsiders will try to open up the mystic pagoda, but it's useless. Only the owner of the mystic realm can enter that place, but nobody but the Lord knows how to do it. Even to this day, nobody else besides the Lord has managed to become the master of this place." "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled in a low voice. "Anyways, do you have any more questions? If not, why don't you and our granddaughter here go conceive a child or two? After all, you only have a month in this world." The old lady suddenly said to him with a smile on her face. "What?" Yuan looked at the granny with wide eyes. "Why are you still joking about that, grandmother?" Lan Yingying shook her head in a calm manner. "Joke? Do I look like I'm joking?" Her grandmother turned to look at her with a serious expression on her face. Lan Yingying's eyes widened slightly at this. You're serious?" she mumbled in a dazed voice. "Of course. This young man has extraordinary talents. He definitely qualifies to help us continue our lineage," the old lady said. "Our legacy has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. We're not going to let it end with you, Yingying," the old man also said with a profound look on his face. The two old couple emitted a fearsome aura at this moment, causing both Yuan and Lan Yingying to shudder. It was at this moment a loud and sharp ear-piercing cry suddenly resounded in the area, but it didn't sound like it came from a human. "Che," the old man sneered with an annoyed look on his face. "They don't learn, do they?" Then, to Yuan's surprise, the old man suddenly levitated off the ground and flew into the sky. "A spirit grandmaster?" Yuan exclaimed. However, Yuan quickly realized that the aura coming from the old man surpassed even Feng Yuxiang, who was a peak spirit grandmaster. In other words, there was a good chance this old man was a spirit lord. A few moments later, a very large bird covered in black metallic feathers could be seen flying towards their direction, and it emitted a familiar aura, the aura of a spirit grandmaster. What on earth is that? Yuan was shocked by this large bird that was slightly larger than a football field. However, the old man remained completely tranquil despite facing such an intimidating monster. Did you anger your master or something? Why else would he send you here, to your death? The old man shook his head before lifting his hand and pointing at the large bird, mumbling in a low voice. Sacred fire. Whoosh. A massive rotating ball of sparkling white flame suddenly appeared in front of the old man's finger. Begone. The old man released the ball of white flames, shooting it directly at the massive bird. Cry! The large bird released a painful cry as the white flames engulfed its entire body instantly. However, the noises didn't last more than a few seconds as the white flames quickly consumed its massive body, until even its ashes completely disappeared from this world. After disintegrating the large bird, the old man returned to their side and spoke with an innocent smile on his face, acting like he'd just gotten rid of an insect and not a powerful magical beast. Anyways, why don't the two of you go find a room and start working on that child? We don't have that much time, after all. Chapter 316 Unique Charisma. Grandfather, we just met and are no different than strangers. How can you ask me to conceive a child with him? Not to mention our situation. Lan Yingying said to him. So what if you're strangers? Your relationship won't matter regardless since he'll be leaving in a month whether you like it or not. The old man said. Even if you say that. What about his opinion on this matter? Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan, who looked very confused about the current situation. Do we even need to ask him? Who could possibly refuse our beautiful granddaughter? And why do you seem so reluctant? If you don't continue our lineage, who will take care of the Lord's stone tablet in the future? Who will be here to greet the Lord when he returns? The old man sighed. Wait a minute. Yuan suddenly interrupted. What do you mean by your last words? Hasn't it been hundreds of thousands of years since the Lord disappeared from this place? Can a human even live that long? The old man chuckled after hearing his words, and he spoke a moment later. Of course not. No human would be able to live that long. However, the Lord is not dead, and while we say he disappeared, the Lord merely left the mystic realm and hasn't returned since then. Although we don't know where he went or what he's doing outside, with his heaven-defying talents, we're certain that he could reach the peak of cultivation and become a real immortal. True immortals can live millions of years with ease, nor are they affected by the passage of time. They also can't die from natural causes such as diseases or old age, and the only way they can die is if someone kills them. But even that requires some effort. And as long as the Lord is alive, he'll definitely return to this world in the future. That's what he promised my ancestors right before he left, after all. The old man said with a confident smile on his face. Yuan was speechless. He was simply amazed by their loyalty to this Lord person. If he had to wait hundreds of thousands of years, even potentially millions of years for someone to return, he would have probably lost faith long ago. Anyways, thank you for teaching me so much about this world, but I have to leave now, as I still need to regroup with my team. Yuan said to them a moment later. What? You're leaving already? But you still haven't done anything with our granddaughter. At least sow your seeds in her before you leave. The old lady quickly said. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Yuan then said. The old couple exchanged looks with each other. What kind of life has this young man been living that made him so innocent? What about his parents? Ahem. The old man cleared his throat and said, in other words, I want you and my granddaughter to have a child together. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. While he doesn't know anything about giving birth since nobody has taught him about the subject, he at least knew how much responsibility it was to have children. But I won't be in this world in a month. And I don't think I am ready to bear so much responsibility. Yuan said to them a moment later. It's fine even if you leave. We aren't asking for you to take responsibility, either. You simply need to impregnate our granddaughter, so that our lineage will continue. We'll take care of everything else after that. The old lady said. Yuan looked at the old couple for a moment before turning to look at Lan Yingying. After a moment of silence, Yuan lowered his head and apologized to them. I'm sorry, but if I ever have children, I want to be there for them. You see, even though I was adopted at a young age, I never knew my real parents or what they look like, and I don't want my own children to experience the same loneliness I felt before I was adopted. I hope you can understand. The old couple was left speechless by Yuan's words. As much as they wanted him to conceive a child with their granddaughter, they couldn't force him. After a moment of silence, the old man nodded and said, I see. I will also apologize if you felt pressured by us. If you don't want to, we won't force you. What a pity. We have been looking for someone like you for such a long time, too. The old lady sighed in a regretful voice. The old man then said, Yingying, go show the young man the way out and take him to the nearest city. Although there should be no magical beasts around this place, there are magical beasts roaming outside, and they might be a little too much for him to handle even if he understands sword aura. Okay. Lan Yingying nodded. Thank you, seniors. It was nice meeting you. Yuan said to them. Just call us Grandpa Lan and Grandma Lan. I am also glad that we got to meet a genius like you since it gives us a feeling of what our ancestors might have felt when they met the Lord for the first time, said Grandpa Lan. If you decide to change your mind about having a child with our granddaughter before leaving this place, you can come back here at any time. My granddaughter will always be available for you. Grandma Lan said to him. Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the cabin, and towards the direction of the unnamed temple. Isn't it strange, Grandpa? Grandma Lan spoke after Yuan left. What? How we don't dislike him even though he's a human. In fact, I even liked him very much, she said. I know how you feel, Grandma. There was just something attractive about him. Perhaps it's his unique charisma. I wonder if this is what our ancestors felt when they met the Lord. If so, I can totally understand why they decided to serve him. Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face, and the two of them returned to the cabin shortly after. Chapter 3:17 Blue Star. Let me see the stone tablet one more time before we leave this place. Yuan said to Lan Yingying when they returned to the temple. Lan Yingying nodded her head, and they climbed the staircase, entering the temple a moment later. Yuan approached the stone tablet. Once he was directly in front of it, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the stone tablet. I don't know why you called me here, and I might never find out, but thank you for showing me this place, allowing me to learn sword aura. Yuan paid his respect to the stone tablet. After Yuan lifted his head, he continued. Maybe I'll even see you in the upper heavens when I decide to ascend this world. At that time, I'll thank you properly. Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the temple. As they walked, Lan Yingying suddenly asked him, Hey, what's the outside world like? The outside world? It hasn't been long since I came to this place, so I can't really tell you what's different. Sorry, he said. Don't mind it. She shook her head with a somewhat gloomy feeling in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked her, Do you want to go outside? A profound glint appeared in Lan Yingying's eyes, and she nodded her head. I'd be lying if I say I am not curious about the outside world. I think it's unfair. Yuan suddenly said. And he continued, how your ancestors' decision to stay in this world also affected their children and so on. If someone wants to leave this place, they should have the choice to do so. At least that's what I believe. A small smile appeared on Lan Yingying's pretty face after hearing Yuan's words. Then why don't you try to become the master of this place and set us all free? Lan Yingying suddenly said. But nobody knows how the Lord became the master, right? Even if I want to help you, I don't know what I should be doing. The Mystic Pagoda. Perhaps you'll find some clues there. Where is the Mystic Pagoda? Yuan then asked. Lan Yingying lifted her hand and pointed to a certain direction in the sky. Do you see that blue star? If you follow it, it'll lead you to the Mystic Pagoda. Following her fingers, Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he realized what she was talking about. What? How could there be stars in the sky already? The sun hasn't even begun to set yet. Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. That star is a special star. You can see it throughout the day no matter if it's day or night. I see. Thank you. Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying, and he continued in a somewhat awkward voice. By the way, are you sure you want to continue walking around in that appearance? What if someone sees you? Lan Yingying looked down at her own clothes that were still torn, and she said, Oh right. I nearly forgot. Lan Yingying suddenly stopped walking and proceeded to remove her clothes on the spot, taking Yuan by surprise. You could have at least warned me. Yuan instinctively turned around to give her some privacy. Okay, I am done. Lan Yingying said a moment later, sounding very calm despite just changing her clothes in front of a man, and they continued walking shortly after, acting like nothing just happened. How far away is the nearest city? Yuan asked her after walking for an hour without seeing anything civilization in sight. About 7 days, give or take, she responded in a calm manner. 7 days. That's an entire week. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Just where the heck did the mystic realm take him? At this rate, he won't regroup with the others until there are only a few days left in the mystic realm. We're in the most isolated area in this world, so there's nothing we can do about it. Lan Yingying said. I see. I'm sorry for making you go through the trouble and thank you. Yuan said to her. It's okay. I have nothing better to do anyway. Lan Yingying said. What do you normally do besides cleaning the stone tablet? Yuan decided to ask her. Cultivate, and hunting ignorant magical beasts that dare to enter our area without permission, just like that onyx crow. Lan Yingying said. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing her words. After all, he also entered their place without any permission. Lan Yingying noticed his weird behavior and said, Don't worry, we are forbidden from harming humans unless they threaten us or show aggression first. This is a rule set by the Lord. I see. Yuan nodded, and they continued to walk in silence for a couple of hours until Yuan suddenly realized something. Oh no, I completely forgot about Meishio. Yuan stopped walking and exclaimed, Meishio. Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows. Give me a moment. I'll be back in a bit. Yuan said to her before logging off the game. Meishio, are you here? Yuan called out for her when he logged off. I'm here, Yuan, she quickly responded. I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in the game and completely forgot to log off again. He said to her. Don't worry about it, she said to him. Let me go warm up your breakfast. After warming up the soup, she fed it to Yuan. Once again, I'm really sorry. It's okay really. There's nothing else for me to do anyway. Yuan then said. If you want, you can play the game with Feng Feng and the others. You don't have to wait for me to finish the Mystic Realm, since that's going to take a while. Even though I am doing nothing but watching the participants, I enjoy it. It feels like I am watching a movie or something, and the others are always engaged in something. Meishio said. Wait a moment. You can watch us from the outside? Yuan was surprised when he heard this. Yes, we can see everything the participants are doing using this treasure. However, for some reason, you're not shown, so we cannot see where you are or what you're doing. Meishio said to him. Chapter 318 Earth Dragon. If you can see the participants, does this mean you know where the other 2 disciples are at? Where are they? I need to regroup with them as soon as possible, and it would help a lot if I know where to go. Yuan said to her. Unfortunately, while we can see them, we don't know their exact location, especially since they have spent almost every minute in the same location ever since they entered the Mystic Realm, increasing their cultivation base, Meishio said. Once I learn of their location, I'll let you know immediately, she then added. Okay, thank you. I have to return to the game now. There's somebody waiting for me. Who are you with? A native from the Mystic Realm. I met her on the first day, and she's currently helping me reach the nearest city. However, it's going to take a week. Yuan sighed. Anyways, I'm going back now. Thank you for dinner, it was amazing as always. Sometime later, Yuan returned to whilst Meishio went to clean up before going back inside the game as well. Sorry for making you wait, Miss Lan. I'm back, Yuan said to her, who was just standing there with a dazed look on her face. Once she saw Yuan, Lan Yingying nodded her head and continued walking like nothing was out of the ordinary. After walking for an hour, Lan Yingying suddenly said, "Do you want to run? It'll shorten the time we need to get to the city by almost half depending on how fast we run." Yuan nodded. "If you don't mind." Thus, the two of them began speeding up and running across the empty grassland, following the direction of the blue star in the darkened sky. A couple of hours later, once the sky was completely dark and flickering with stars, Lan Yingying suddenly halted and said, "Stop." Yuan quickly stopped and asked her, "What's the matter?" "There's a magical beast ahead. First level spirit master. I'll handle it," Lan Yingying said to him. "Wait a moment." Yuan suddenly stopped her, and he continued a moment later. "Can I handle this? I want to try out my sword aura." "You want to fight a spirit master as a spirit warrior? You're not even halfway to the peak of spirit warrior." Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes, almost like she was looking at a crazy person. "I just want to hit it once with my sword aura. If it doesn't work out, I'll let you handle it." Yuan then said, "Okay." Lan Yingying nodded her head. The two of them continued moving shortly after, but they stopped running. About 10 minutes later, they could see a massive reptile with a large jaw that resembled a certain type of dinosaur, and it was standing on two legs, almost like a T-Rex. Furthermore, there appeared to be rocks growing on its skin, kind of like an armor. "What kind of magical beast is that?" Yuan couldn't help but ask her. "That's an earth dragon. They are incredibly tough and powerful. One would think they are slow due to their large figure, but they are actually the opposite and quite nimble," Lan Yingying said. And she continued, "If you want to hit it, you'll need to take it by surprise. However, you only have one chance. If your attack fails for whatever reason, I will deal with it." Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before retrieving the Empyrean Overlord from his body. "See that sword?" Lan Yingying couldn't take her eyes away from the Empyrean Overlord for some reason after seeing it, almost like there was something about it that was attracting her on a spiritual level. Meanwhile, Yuan took a deep breath before displaying his movement technique, closing the distance between him and the Earth Dragon very quickly. The Earth Dragon noticed Yuan almost immediately, but when it realized Yuan's pathetic cultivation base compared to its own, the Earth Dragon scoffed at Yuan's reckless behavior inwardly, and didn't even bother trying to defend against Yuan's attack since it was confident in its own toughness. Once he was close enough, Yuan's eyes flickered with viciousness, and his body exploded with sword aura. The contempt in the Earth Dragon's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced with intense fear. Bloody sword strike. The Empyrean Overlord emitted a domineering red aura, and Yuan swung it at the Earth Dragon without holding back. Boom. The Earth Dragon was frozen from shock and felt suppressed by the sword's overwhelming pressure. A split second later, the Empyrean Overlord reached the Earth Dragon's tough skin before cleaving its massive body in half with ease, like a sharp knife going through tofu. However, the Empyrean Overlord didn't stop after cleaving the Earth Dragon, and continued to slam onto the ground, creating a massive fissure in the ground that spread out meters into the distance, resembling tree roots. Lan Yingying's jaw dropped when she witnessed the overwhelming prowess displayed by Yuan, who was merely a 5th-level spirit warrior. Heavens! What is his body made of? How can a spirit warrior have such strength? Lan Yingying cried inwardly. Forget about killing the Earth Dragon in one hit. She didn't even expect Yuan to penetrate the Earth Dragon's defenses. Is he really this powerful, or is it because of that mythical sword? Lan Yingying wondered to herself. After killing the Earth Dragon, Yuan went to check if it left behind its monster core, but alas, it was empty. A few moments later, Lan Yingying approached Yuan and looked at the Earth Dragon's corpse with a weird glint on her eyes before swallowing nervously. "Yuan, what kind of sword is that?" Lan Yingying asked him a moment later. "The Empyrean Overlord? It's my soul weapon," he said. "Soul weapon? What about the dagger?" "It gave off a similar aura." "That's also a soul weapon." "I have two," he calmly responded. "Two soul weapons." Lan Yingying was speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked him, By the way, if you don't mind, can I see that sword? I am getting some kind of feeling from it, and I don't know why. Chapter 319 Unknown Entity. Sure. Go ahead. Yuan nodded his head, not hesitating to hand the Empyrean overlord to Lan Yingying since he trusted her. And even if she wanted to steal it, the soul weapon will automatically return to him if it gets too far away from him. Here you go. Yuan handed the sword to her in a casual manner. This sword is so heavy. Lan Yingying was taken by surprise by the weight of the Empyrean overlord, nearly falling over trying to hold it at first. Oh right, I forgot about that. It weighs about 1,000 genes naturally. Yuan had forgotten about its weight after handling it like a tree branch for so long. Where did you obtain such a treasure? And do you know its background? She then asked, her gaze staring at the beautiful sword with a somewhat mesmerizing look. Apparently, it was found in a legacy tomb 500 years ago. As for its background, it used to be wielded by a sword emperor. Yuan recalled what Feng Yuxiang told him, and the Empyrean overlord's description. Sword emperor? Do you by any chance know the name of this sword emperor? Lan Yingying asked. No, I don't. I see. Lan Yingying mumbled. Thank you for letting me see it. She handed the Empyrean overlord back to Yuan a moment later. Let's continue moving. Yuan then said. Wait a moment. Lan Yingying suddenly said, and she pointed at the Earth Dragon's corpse. Since you killed the Earth Dragon, its corpse obviously belongs to you. But do you think I can buy it off you? You want this Earth Dragon's corpse? Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering why she wanted it. If you want it, you can take it. Also, you don't have to pay me, Yuan said, as he doesn't have any uses for the corpse, nor does he plan on selling its materials. Really? Are you sure? An Earth Dragon's corpse will fetch a lot of money if you sell it. She asked him just to be sure. Yuan nodded. It's the least I can do for you, who's helping me reach the nearest city. Thank you very much. Lan Yingying bowed to him before collecting the Earth Dragon's corpse with her spatial ring. Shortly after, they continued to run across the grassland, encountering a couple more magical beasts in a few hours. Of course, Yuan wanted to fight these magical beasts despite having a lower cultivation base in comparison. And just like the Earth Dragon, these Spirit Master magical beasts looked at Yuan with contempt when they realized he was only a spirit warrior, lowering their guards. However, these magical beasts immediately regretted underestimating Yuan's low cultivation base the moment he released his sword aura, and they could only powerlessly stare at Yuan as he slashes their body into two parts. After Yuan killed these magical beasts, Lan Yingying would collect their corpses, almost like a trash collector picking up trash on the sidewalk. Do magical beasts not drop monster cores around here or something? I've killed over a dozen of them without a single monster core, Yuan complained after some time. The higher cultivation a magical beast, the less likely they'll drop a monster core, Lan Yingying said to him. Really? That doesn't make any sense, but alas. Yuan sighed. Once the sun began peeking at the horizon, Yuan logged off the game to eat breakfast prepared by Meishio. How are you doing in the mystic realm? Xiaohua wanted to know. Meishio said to him afterward. I'm still making my way to the nearest city. I've also been encountering more and more magical beasts the closer we get to the city. However, you don't have to worry since I can deal with them easily, especially ever since I've learned Sword Aura. I understand. I'll let them know. Once she returned to the game, Meishio relayed Yuan's situation to Xiaohua and the others. What? Sword Aura? Long Yijuan and the others expressed great shock after hearing this news. So Brother Yuan finally learned Sword Aura, huh? Xiaohua already knew that he would learn Sword Aura. It was just a matter of when. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to follow the blue star in the sky with Lan Yingying. We should arrive in the city by tomorrow afternoon, Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. After running for a couple of hours without stopping, Lan Yingying suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine, causing her to stop running, and she shouted in a panicked voice, Yuan! Stop! What happened? Another magical beast? Yuan stopped and asked her. However, when he turned around and saw the nervous look on Lan Yingying's face. Even though she had remained relatively calm from their previous encounters with magical beasts, he realized something was amiss. It's worse than a magical beast. We need to get away from this place as soon as possible, Lan Yingying said to him. Get away? From what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. And before Lan Yingying could respond to him, a deep voice suddenly resounded. The little princess is together with a human? What an unusual sight. Boom. The ground shook as a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed about 100 meters away from Yuan and Lan Yingying's location. What the heck is that? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this person and its unique appearance, not to mention its tyrannical aura that was unlike anything he's experienced before. This entity was standing on two tall legs like a human, and it also had the body of a human. However, this human-like figure had glowing red skin and a single black horn directly in the center of its forehead. The scare of its eyes was pitch black with its iris and pupils bright red. Furthermore, it had long sharp ears, sharp fingernails that resembled claws, and long black hair. If one looked closely, there was also a red crystal implanted in the middle of its chest. If one had to describe this entity with a single word, that word would be demonic. Where are you going with this human little princess? The demonic being spoke with a large diabolic smile on its face, showing its 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Chapter 320 Demon. Miss Lan, what is that thing? It can even speak. Yuan was more amazed by this unknown entity's existence than feeling fearful of it. You've never heard of a demon before? Lan Yingying looked at him with surprise. A demon? That thing? This is my first time hearing about them, much less seeing one. Yuan said, and he continued. How are they any different compared to magical beasts? They're vastly superior to magical beasts overall. Just like how magical beasts are stronger than human cultivators at the same cultivation level, demons are stronger than magical beasts and by a huge margin as well. A spirit apprentice demon can even defeat a spirit warrior cultivator with ease, Lan Yingying explained to him. Furthermore, they cannot be killed by normal means and are essentially immortal since they can survive most injuries, even if you put a hole in their heart. What? Such powerful entities exist? How come nobody talks about them outside? Yuan was speechless. I can't tell you since I don't know what it's like outside, but in this world, they are very infamous for their brutality and tremendous strength. However, they are also very rare, and most people live their entire lives without even seeing one. Then I guess we're super lucky to encounter one right now. Yuan asked. Hey, what are you two talking about? I also want to join in on the conversation, the demon suddenly said to them. However, it remained standing there, seemingly unwilling to approach them for some reason. How are you unaffected by the Lord's sword aura? You demons shouldn't be able to get this close to the divine forest. Lan Yingying spoke with a frown on her face. The demon laughed before speaking. It's all thanks to your parents. Thanks to their blood, we've gained some resistance to the sword aura, but this is the furthest I can go for now. Sooner or later, we'll be able to enter the divine forest and consume you and those old bastards. Lan Yingying gritted her teeth in anger after hearing the demon mention her parents, and she lifted her arm with her spirit master cultivation fully activated. Shut up. Sacred fire, she shouted. A ball of white flames appeared in front of her palms before flying at the demon. However, despite seeing the ball of flames flying at it, the demon didn't even bother to move and remained standing there with a nonchalant look on its face. The white flames engulfed the demon a moment later, but it didn't show any reactions. You've improved, little princess. However, compared to those old bastards, your sacred fire is still too weak to do any real harm to our bodies, much less kill us. The demon spoke as it bathed in her flames casually. A few moments later, the white flames disappeared on their own, leaving behind minor burn marks on the demon's red skin. However, these injuries immediately healed within seconds as well. Miss Lan Yu. Instead of paying attention to the demon, Yuan was fully focused on Lan Yingying at this moment, mostly because her appearance had experienced some changes. It wasn't anything shocking, but Lan Yingying's black hair had suddenly turned pure white, and her azure-colored eyes turned into a beautiful pink color. Lan Yingying's minor transformation reminded him of Feng Yuxiang's transformation when her hairs and eyes changed colors after consuming his blood. However, it didn't immediately occur to Yuan that Lan Yingying could be a magical beast like Feng Yuxiang, since he thought Feng Yuxiang was unique as a divine beast and a phoenix, not to mention her curse, hence why she could transform into a human. The demon suddenly spoke. "Don't worry, little princess. I didn't come here to kill you today. I'm here to relay a message from our demon lord, who said he'll let you live if you become his woman. If you don't, the demon clan will raid the divine forest in 2 weeks when we fully absorb your parents' blood. I'd rather die than to become that bastard's plaything." Lan Yingying spoke with a fierce look on her face. "Don't be so quick to make up your mind. You have 2 weeks to decide." The demon shrugged. Then it turned to look at Yuan and continued to speak. "As for you, human, I won't let you go so easily. If you want to continue, you'll have to kill." In the middle of the demon's sentence, it was forced to stop speaking when a gaping hole suddenly appeared in its head, shocking Lan Yingying, who had no idea what just happened. The demon collapsed onto the ground in a lifeless manner. What happened?" she exclaimed. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air and hovered directly beside Yuan. "That's your soul weapon. It can turn invisible." Lan Yingying was left speechless by the starry abyss' ridiculous ability. "Yes." Yuan nodded with a calm look on his face, and he said, "I hope you don't mind my actions just now. That demon is clearly very dangerous, and it made you cry, so I decided to take care of it." Lan Yingying looked at him with a loose jaw, not realizing that tears had formed by her eyes. But alas, one cannot kill a demon with raw strength. "Take care of me? A mere spirit warrior human? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year long." The demon's voice suddenly returned, taking Yuan by surprise. "What the heck? It's still not dead even with an injury like that?" Yuan turned to look at the demon with a surprised face, and sure enough, it was standing again. The gaping hole in its face also began to close back up, and in just a few moments, the demon healed fully. "I'll admit that you'd managed to surprise me with that invisible attack just now. However, no matter how many times you open a hole in my face, you won't be able to kill me." The demon looked at Yuan with immense contempt in its gaze, almost like it was looking at an insect and not a human. Chapter 321 3 Free Attacks. This is indeed quite troublesome. How can I kill that thing if it can survive even with a hole in its face? Yuan sighed. "I'm sorry, Yuan, but let's give up on going to the city for now and return to my grandparents to see if there's anything we can do about this situation. Although I have the power to defeat that demon, I don't have the power to kill it." Lan Yingying said to him. "Wait a second, Miss Lan. You mentioned sword aura. Are demons afraid of sword aura or something? Maybe I can still." However, Lan Yingying shook her head and said, "No, the demons are not afraid of sword aura in general. Instead, they are specifically afraid of the Lord's sword aura. Before leaving this world, the Lord created these sword aura barriers around every city and the divine forest to protect them from the demons. As for why they're afraid of the Lord's sword aura, it's simply because the Lord's sword aura is so powerful that if a demon touches it, they will be destroyed until there's nothing left of them. No matter how powerful their regeneration abilities may be, if you destroy their bodies until there's not even a hair left, there won't be anything to regenerate from." "I see. Then are there any more methods that can be used to kill demons?" Yuan asked. "Besides completely erasing their existence, you need techniques with divine attributes such as my sacred fire." "Techniques, huh?" Yuan mumbled. He suddenly recalled the heaven-grade technique he'd learned at Myriad of Techniques, the demon sealing strike. "What about sealing demons? Can we seal them with techniques?" Yuan then asked. "Demon sealing techniques? Those are incredibly rare and hard to learn, but yes, sealing a demon is akin to killing them." Lan Yingying nodded. "I understand. Let me fight this demon. I think I'll be able to defeat it," Yuan said to her as he retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. "What? You want to fight that demon? Don't do it. It has the strength of a peak spirit master, and you don't meet the requirements to kill it. It's okay. I just want to try something. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Oh, you're approaching me? The demon was pleasantly surprised when Yuan began walking towards it. Don't tell me that you're planning on fighting me, a demon? The grin on the demon's face grew wider. That's right. Yuan responded with a calm look on his face, and he continued. I won't be able to defeat you unless I get closer. Ha ha ha. You're truly an amusing human. Normally, when a human sees me, they turn and run the opposite direction while shitting their own pants. After laughing for a moment, the demon suddenly stopped and narrowed its eyes at Yuan with a vicious expression. With that being said, who the fuck do you think you are, human? Do you really think you can defeat me when you couldn't kill me with a surprise attack? This is why I despise humans. They're incredibly arrogant and stupid at the same time. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain. Yuan didn't respond to the demon this time, and he continued to approach it with a resolute expression on his face. Seeing this, the demon took a few steps back and said, Very well. I commend your bravery even if it might be stupidity, so I'll give you 3 free attacks. Then I won't be humble and accept these 3 attacks. Yuan suddenly activated his movement technique and appeared in front of the demon with the Empyrean Overlord raised high in the sky. Bloody Sword Strike. Despite the powerful aura emitted by the Empyrean Overlord, the demon remained standing there with its arms crossed and without batting an eyelid. Boom. The Empyrean Overlord cleaved the demon into 2 separate parts from the head down. Plop. The demon collapsed on the ground again. However, a few moments later, as though its body was made of liquid, the demon's separated body combined into one whole part, returning to its original state without a single injury on its body. You have 2 more attacks, human. The demon spoke with an arrogant grin on its face, knowing very well that even if it gave Yuan 1,000 free strikes, it still wouldn't be defeated. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan wasted no time activating his second and strongest attack, sending a massive beam that was also mixed with sword aura at the demon. The demon reacted this time, as it could sense a dreadful feeling from the heaven-splitting sword strike, and it quickly dodged to the side, avoiding half of the attack. However, the other half of the attack had completely disintegrated half of the demon's body, giving it quite a scare, causing it to sweat a little. Yingying's eyes widened with shock when she witnessed the demon retreating, and the damage Yuan's second attack dealt to it. If that demon hadn't dodged the second attack, its entire body would have disappeared as if it had touched the Lord's sword aura. What a powerful sword technique! Yingying could feel her blood heating up afterward, and she began feeling hopeful that perhaps Yuan could really defeat it. Why did you dodge my attack just now? Yuan asked the demon with a calm look on his face, and he continued. I thought you were absolutely confident in your bonus regenerating abilities? I guess you're not invincible. After all, you fucking brat. A mere human. How dare you? A tyrannical aura exploded from the demon's body as its facial expression twisted with anger after feeling a burning sensation on its face from Yuan's words. What are you doing? I still have 1 more attack. Are you going to break your own words? Yuan said. Haha. So what if I break my words? I am a fucking demon. The demon laughed as it suddenly rushed at Yuan while spreading its claw-like hands. I'm going to rip your fucking limbs apart, drink your blood, and crunch on your bones, human. Chapter 322 Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the demon's fast, but seemingly simple claw attacks. Whoosh! After dodging a couple of attacks, Yuan retaliated with the starry abyss that had returned to being invisible. The starry abyss tore another hole in the demon's face, but the demon continued to attack Yuan without falling. Are you incapable of learning, human? You can't kill me no matter how many holes you bore in my body. However, Yuan ignored the demon's words and continued to attack it with the starry abyss, and in just a couple of minutes, had bore over 100 holes on the demon's body. Is there no limit to its regenerating abilities? Yuan wondered inwardly as he casually dodged the demon's claw attacks. Blood Spear. The demon suddenly created a long spear from its own blood before thrusting it at Yuan's face. Whoa! Yuan was slightly surprised by the spear, but had still managed to dodge it. I've had enough of you, damn human. Duh. The demon created a dozen more spears that levitated in the air like the starry abyss. Flying blood spears. The demon pointed at Yuan, and a dozen spears suddenly flew at Yuan with extreme speed. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword once, destroying all of the spears simultaneously, and erasing one of the demon's arms temporarily. Seeing that its attack had failed, the demon continued to attack Yuan aggressively with the spear. Ding! Ding! Clang! Yuan defended himself with the Empyrean Overlord whilst attacking the demon with the Starry Abyss, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use the demon sealing strike. However, the demon completely ignored the Starry Abyss and focused on attacking Yuan. Meanwhile, Yingying watched their intensive fight from a place where the demon cannot enter with a dazed expression on her face. This is her first time seeing a human fight a demon, and on such an equal standing. Even though demons are known for being insanely powerful, this demon appears to be struggling against a human cultivator, who is only a spirit warrior. Stop running away. What are you, a cockroach? The demon exclaimed in an agitated voice when it realized that it couldn't defeat this human's profound movement techniques. If you don't want me to dodge, then you should probably stop attacking me. Yuan casually responded. Like hell. I'll fucking kill you at all cost. The demon shouted as he continued his endless wave of assaults. And you humans have limited energy. Unlike us demons, you're useless once your spiritual energy runs out, and you'll be no different than a mortal with no powers. Yingying then warned him. Yuan, you must finish this fight as soon as possible. The longer you fight a demon, the more disadvantaged you are. Demons have nearly unlimited stamina and spiritual energy. You won't outlast him in endurance. Why don't you come out here and help your human friend, little princess? However, I can't promise you that I won't accidentally eat you as well. Haha. The demon provoked her. It's okay, Miss Lan. You don't have to worry about me. It won't be long before I defeat this demon. Yuan then said. I'd like to see you try. The demon coldly snorted. While it was afraid of Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, it was confident that Yuan wouldn't be able to use this technique too many times since it looked like it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the technique itself was easy to dodge as long as one remains vigilant, and as long as it doesn't hit its entire body, it'll be able to regenerate itself. Yuan and the demon clashed against each other hundreds of times over the next few minutes, and once they were beginning to get into the rhythm, Yuan's aura suddenly exploded, and a pressurizing aura appeared around them, restricting the demon's movements. Heavenly Domain. The demon was taken by surprise by this mysterious pressure that slowed down its movements by a fair amount. What is this uncomfortable feeling? However, slowing down the demon's movements was just a ploy to distract its attention, and also the beginning of Yuan's plan. Hey, demon! Yuan suddenly called out to it, causing it to subconsciously turn to look at him. The moment the demon's gaze met with Yuan's eyes, his eyes turned golden and assaulted the demon with an invisible mental attack that was unlike anything the demon has experienced before. The world suddenly turned dark for the demon, and all the demon could focus on at this moment was a pair of majestic eyes from an unfathomable existence, hovering behind Yuan that looked down at it as though it was a mere ant. What the fuck are you? You're not human. The demon mistook Yuan as a monster in human skin when it experienced the dragon's gaze, and it feared for its life for the first time. However, Yuan didn't say anything and took this chance to attack the demon when it was frozen from fear. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan stabbed the Empyrean Overlord that was emitting an ancient aura directly in the demon's chest, not noticing the symbols that had appeared on the sword's blade. Ha! The demon didn't feel any pain, only a numbed feeling, and it didn't realize that it had a sword piercing its body until it looked down and saw the massive sword between its chest. What do you think you're doing? You really don't learn. The demon halted its sentence when it realized something was amiss, that its body was getting stiffer by the second. The demon looked down again for the second time, and to its surprise, The wound around the sword was actually transforming. It was turning into stone. What is this? What did you just do to me? The demon roared out loud and attacked Yuan in a panicked manner, but it struggled to release any strength. Yuan kicked the demon in the stomach and pulled out the Empyrean overlord from its body simultaneously before speaking in a calm voice. Who knows, but I hope this demon sealing technique works on you. Demon sealing technique? Why do you know something like that? Don't tell me you're a descendant of the demon sealing clan? The demon exclaimed while it kneeled on the ground powerlessly, feeling its body getting weaker as the petrifying effect from its wound spread throughout its body. Demon sealing clan? Never heard of them before. I learned this technique from a technique store some time ago. Yuan calmly responded, feeling quite happy that the technique appeared to be working perfectly against this demon. Curse you! I curse you, damn human! The demon shouted loudly, and it felt an intense urge to rip Yuan to pieces, but alas, all 4 of its limbs and the majority of its body had turned to stone. If I ever get out of this seal, I will fucking kill you. The demon's shouting halted when its mouth turned into stone, and a few more seconds later, the rest of the demon became petrified, transforming into a stone statue completely. Yuan, you really sealed the demon? Lan Yingying approached him and the petrified demon sometime later with clear disbelief on her face. I hope so, he said. Chapter 323 Demon Slayer. What should we do with this sealed demon now, Miss Lan? How long do you think it'll be sealed for? And is there anything else we can do? Yuan asked her afterward. It would be disastrous if the demon becomes unsealed a few days later, if he doesn't take care of it properly now. However, he also didn't want to accidentally break the seal. It depends on how powerful your sealing technique is. Looking at it right now, the demon should remain sealed for a few hundred years. Lan Yingying looked at the fully petrified demon with a feeling of awe and admiration for Yuan, who sealed a demon as a spirit warrior. However, I think you should still take care of it entirely. You know that technique you used during your second free strike? Do you think you can completely obliterate the demon with it? Lan Yingying then asked him. It won't break the seal if I hit it in this state? Yuan asked just to make sure. It'll be fine. Even if your attack doesn't kill it, the seal won't be undone, and the demon won't be able to regenerate until the seal is completely gone, so you can take your time killing it. That's why demons are so afraid of sealing techniques. Lan Yingying explained to him. I see. Okay, I'll destroy it completely so it won't be able to cause any more trouble for you in the future. Yuan nodded before distancing himself from the sealed demon. Once he was far enough, Yuan held the Empyrean overlord in front of him, and took his time to gather his spiritual energy. Lan Yingying's eyes widened when she saw this and realized that Yuan's previous heaven-splitting sword strike wasn't at its full power despite showing immense strength, enough to kill a demon. At this moment, Yuan's body was gushing with sword aura, and the sword in his grasp was glowing a beautiful golden color. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Once had gathered enough spiritual energy, Yuan released his ultimate attack at the demon and completely covered its entire figure this time. Under this intense power, the demon's figure quickly disintegrated until not even a speck of hair remained. Lan Yingying swallowed nervously at Yuan's destructive power, as it was unlike anything she had experienced before. After killing the demon, a notification appeared in front of Yuan. Congratulations! You have slain a demon, obtaining the title Demon Slayer. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, an announcement appeared in the skies for the players to see. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have killed a demon. The players wondered what a demon was, and how they are different from magical beasts. Feng, what's a demon? Mayuxiu asked her after seeing the notification. Huh? A fiend? Why are you suddenly asking about fiends? They are incredibly evil and powerful beings that used to rule the cultivation world. Feng Yuxiang looked at her with raised eyebrows. Demons are also known as fiends, and they used to run rampant in the cultivation world. Well, Yuan just killed a demon inside the mystic realm, so I'm asking. Meishio revealed this to them. What? He killed a demon? How is that possible? Feng Yuxiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after hearing Meixius' words. Demons have heaven-defying regenerative abilities and cannot be killed by normal means. Even the weakest demons are as strong as a peak spirit master. I know the young master is incredibly talented, but he doesn't have what it takes to kill a demon. At least he shouldn't. Wait a second. There are demons in the mystic realm? How come no participants have encountered one until today? And I thought they went extinct after the demon sealing clan purged them from the cultivation world. Long Yijuan mumbled in a dazed voice. The mystic realm is an ancient treasure, so it's not impossible that there might be some demons inside. However, to actually run into one and even kill it, Disciple Yuan is an entirely different type of existence. Elder Xian said. I still can't believe it. How did the young master kill the demon? One must either know demon sealing techniques, or have special spiritual energy that has divine attributes. However, I know for sure that the young master's spiritual energy doesn't have any divine attributes because I didn't sense it in his blood. Feng Yuxiang said, as she had tasted his blood before. Then it could only be the demon sealing techniques. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua has been with Brother Yuan even before he was a cultivator, and she doesn't recall Brother Yuan learning any techniques that allow him to seal demons. Because she'd been separated from Yuan in the myriad of techniques, Xiaohua wasn't aware that Yuan had learned the demon sealing strike. No matter how the young master killed that demon, I'm relieved to hear that he's safe despite encountering a demon. I still remember my first encounter with a demon in the upper heavens. It was a terrifying experience, to say the least. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Madam Feng, you came from the upper heavens? And demons still exist in the upper heavens? Elder Xian looked at her with a surprised expression. Unfortunately, they still exist. They're just not as active and always in hiding. And yes, I came from the upper heavens. Due to circumstances, I am now here. Feng Yuxiang sighed. I see. Elder Xian nodded. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, at a place isolated from the rest of the world, a red-skinned figure lifted its head to look at the cloudy sky with a narrowed gaze as it sat on a red throne. That fool perished. Did he get too full of himself and went too deep into that man's sword aura? Even though I specifically warned him to not get ahead of himself. This demon mumbled. Yet it expressed no sorrow after knowing that a fellow demon had just died. Chapter 324 Transformation. Demon Lord. What should we do now that there's one less demon? Another demon suddenly asked after sensing the death of the demon Yuan had slain. Change? Nothing will change, except that we'll have more blood now to consume that he's gone. Perhaps we'll even be able to attack those annoying things a few days earlier now. The demon lord spoke as it turned to look at the other three demons. There used to be hundreds, thousands of us. However, that fucking human with the sword aura slaughtered us as though we're insects. And in just the span of a few years, our numbers have reduced to a mere dozen. Unlike humans and magical beasts that have to increase their lifespan through cultivation, demons have a near-infinite lifespan at birth, meaning they're immortal regardless of their cultivation base. The demon lord's gaze turned to look at the small pool of blood in the center of these three demons and continued. That Lan family wanted to completely wipe us out, so they continued to attack us even after that human long disappeared. Although they'd managed to kill 10 of us throughout the years, we also managed to kill 2 of them. Now there's only 4 of us and 3 of them. In this world, they are the only beings that can threaten our existence. Once we get rid of them, we can finally rule the mystic realm. We're going to enslave the humans and drink their blood every day. If not for that damn human and his sword aura, we wouldn't be in this pitiful situation and be soaking in the humans' blood already. That bastard even covered every city in this world with his sword aura, preventing us from gaining strength by eating humans. Another demon expressed his frustration for the Lord. The demon lord stood up a moment later and approached the pool of blood and shoved its hand inside before pulling it back out, and using its hands as a cup, it drank a mouthful of the blood. No matter how many times I drink their blood, it's always a marvelous feeling. Once we gain enough resistance to the sword aura, we'll kill the rest of the Lan family and consume their blood before dealing with the humans in the cities. Eventually, we'll find a way to control the mystic realm and open this world back up, allowing us to go outside, where there'll be even more humans for us to play with." While the demons prepared their attack, Yuan went to pick up something that was left behind by the demon after he killed it. "What's this?" Yuan showed the red crystal to Lan Yingying. "That's a demon core, somewhat similar to monster cores, but they contain much more spiritual energy. However, they also contain a lot more impurities and can even make a human go mad if not handled properly." Lan Yingying explained to him with a somewhat weird expression on her face right now. "Similar to monster cores?" Yuan looked at the demon core with a pondering look on his face, wondering whether he should try to eat this thing or not, as it gave him an ominous feeling, almost like it was taboo to consume them. By the way," Lan Yingying suddenly spoke, looking quite fidgety. "Do you think I can buy that demon core off you?" she asked him. You want this as well? What do you plan on doing with so many monster corpses and this demon core?" Yuan couldn't help but ask her. "I know it may seem selfish of me, but I really need these things, especially since the demons will be attacking us soon. I must power myself up as much as possible so that I could assist my grandparents when they decide to attack. You saw how powerless I was just now against that demon. At this rate, it'll only be a burden." Lan Yingying sighed. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and extended his hand, offering the demon core to her. "Here. I don't need any money. Instead, can you tell me more about your situation? I want to see if I'll be able to help you out," Yuan said to her. "Are you sure?" Lan Yingying looked at him with a dazed look on her face. "What about your friends? Don't you need to regroup with them?" "I do, but I cannot just leave you alone after learning about the demons. Furthermore, if he helps her situation and slays the demons, the Dragon Essence Temple will still earn points. After all, there was no rule that said one couldn't act independently and earn points this way. I still don't know where the other two are, anyway," Yuan thought to himself. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying accepted the demon core before nodding her head. "Okay, I'll tell you about myself and our situation." After taking a deep breath, she continued. "As you can probably tell from my white hair and eye color, I am different from your average human. In fact, I am not really a human." You're not human? Then what are you?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "I'll show you my real form, but before I do, I must warn you that I'm a little big." After taking another deep breath, Lan Yingying's body slowly began to transform, and her body grew longer and rounder, resembling that of a serpent. In just moments, the beautiful Lan Yingying had turned into a massive and long snake with pretty white scales, transforming the lower half of her body first before transforming the rest of her body, becoming a full-fledged snake that was around 50 meters in length. "This is my real form," Lan Yingying spoke in a nervous voice after her transformation, and she continued. "I am actually a divine beast, and our species are known as divine serpents. The reason I am collecting the corpses is simply because I plan on consuming them, as that's how we improve our cultivation." Yuan was speechless, yet there was not even a hint of fear in his gaze. If anything, he was filled with awe at this moment. Chapter 325, Riding Lan Yingying. "Wow. You're actually a big snake? This is my first time seeing something like this. How cool," Yuan said to her in an excited voice after a moment of silence. "See cool? Me?" Lan Yingying was taken by surprise after hearing such words. This is also her first time encountering a human who doesn't show even the slightest feeling of fear, even after seeing her true form. Although there have been humans who didn't express fear towards her true form before, she knew they were nervous and fearful of her inwardly, and they were just too scared of expressing it, fearing that it might anger her and be the end of their lives. "Do you think I can touch your body?" Yuan suddenly asked her. Sure." Lan Yingying nodded after a brief moment of hesitation. Hearing her approval, Yuan immediately approached her and caressed her beautiful white scales with his hand. "Wow. It's so smooth," Yuan mumbled after feeling its unique texture that was unlike anything he's touched before. Lan Yingying felt a little bit embarrassed at this moment, even though she didn't feel any shame when she was half naked in front of Yuan before, as this is her first time letting a human being touch her divine scales. How does your transformation work? I know a phoenix who is also in human form, but her situation is a little bit unique. Yuan then asked her, why you know a phoenix? Lan Yingying's body shuddered after learning this. Yes. We're good friends, he said. Well, all magical beasts have the ability to transform into humans after they reach a certain cultivation level, but this requirement differs with each species as some magical beasts can transform much earlier than others. However, divine beasts such as myself usually require a much higher cultivation base to transform into a human since our bodies are somewhat unique. With that being said, my species is also unique in this sense since we can transform into humans as early as reaching Spirit Master. Lan Yingying explained to him. What about your human body? Are they any different compared to normal humans? Lan Yingying shook her head and said, no, there aren't any differences as far as I'm aware. We have the same internal organs and reproductive systems as normal humans when we transform. After a brief pause, she continued, actually, there is one thing that's different, our dantian. Even if we can transform our bodies, we cannot transform our core dantian or spiritual energy, and that's how people usually tell us. Well, normal magical beasts, apart from real humans. Divine beasts are different and can imitate human spiritual energy almost perfectly, so most people can't tell the difference between divine beasts and humans. I see. How amazing. The cultivation world is truly a mythical place where anything is possible. Yuan expressed his awe for the cultivation world again. Sometime later, Lan Yingying asked him, what do you want to do now, Yuan? I have to return to my grandparents to warn them about the situation. So I won't be able to accompany you any further. I'll come with you, Yuan said. Are you sure? This is a fight between demons and divine beasts. You will get hurt, even die. Lan Yingying warned him. As much as she wanted Yuan to help them with his sealing techniques, she couldn't bear to see him die, because of their situation. I'm sure. I can't just leave you alone, especially not after what that demon said. Yuan sighed, recalling how the demon talked about drinking her parents' blood. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying nodded and said, get on my back. I'll let you ride me. We'll travel faster this way too. I can ride you? Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement, as he has never imagined riding a massive snake like a mount before. Lan Yingying nodded. Seeing her approval, Yuan jumped on Lan Yingying's back. I'll move slowly at first so you can get used to it, Lan Yingying said as she began slithering her massive body across the ground gracefully. Oh. Yuan was surprised when he could barely feel Lan Yingying's body moving despite her movements, almost like there was some sort of invisible force keeping him stable and safe. It was so stable that he could probably take a nap without falling off. Lan Yingying increased her movement speed every few minutes, and after some time, she was moving faster than flying swords. Are you okay, Yuan? She asked him just in case. Yes. This is awesome. We should return to my grandparents' home in a few hours. Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, in the real world, Meishio sat before her laptop with a cup of cold water in her hand. There was only a couple of hours left for the frozen Jade Zither auction before it officially ends, and the $411 million had increased to a grand $525 million. You family has bid $526,100,000. Anonymous has bid $526,200,000. Music Genius has bid $526,300,000. Meishio watched as the price for the frozen Jade Zither skyrocketed, albeit at smaller increments. Although it may seem crazy that someone would be willing to spend so much money on a virtual item in a video game. When the world is dominated by video games with the majority of people in the world playing games actively, the abnormal slowly becomes the norm, especially with how hyped and popular cultivation online has been. Furthermore, spending astronomical amounts of money on video games has long become the norm ever since the creation of the legacy families. 530 million. 540 million. 550 million. The number grew closer and closer to 600 million, and the number of viewers on the website has returned to its peak numbers when the auction first started. As everyone there wanted to witness and be part of history when the most expensive in-game item is being sold. When there were only 10 minutes left in the auction, the number stopped exactly at 600 million without any more bids. As for the highest bidder, it was the Yu family that had plenty of money to spare. Chapter 326 End of the Frozen Jade Zither Auction. The Yu family, huh? How amusing that they're paying so much money to Yuan after kicking him out of the family and robbing him of everything while being completely oblivious to the truth. Meishio could only imagine the shock on the Yu family's face once they realized player Yuan's true identity. Perhaps they might even puke blood once they learn the truth. If they had treated Yuan with even the slightest of care, perhaps the Yu family wouldn't have needed to spend so much money on the frozen Jade Zither. Meishio mumbled to herself as the last 10 minutes slowly approached zero. Meanwhile, across all CO Player Auction's headquarters and working buildings around the world, all of its staff members were watching the auction with wide grins on their faces, looking like they were just minutes away from winning the lottery. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Lee. You'll definitely be promoted after this auction. That'll definitely make history. Hell, they might even move you to the main headquarters. His fellow workers treated Lee differently after they realized that the treasure and auction were real, acting like they never doubted him in the first place. Don't forget about us when you move up the ladder, Lee. Although these people were praising and cheering for Lee's success out in the open, and acted like they were happy for him, they were actually burning with envy inwardly, cursing the heavens for not sending the notification for the auction request to them instead of Lee. Thank you all. If I hadn't listened to my guts and ignored the auction request, we wouldn't be here right now. Lee said to them with the widest smile in the room on his face. Not only will he receive recognition for his work, but he'll also receive a small portion of that 10% service fee. And even if it's just 10% of that 10%, he'd be earning at least $6 million, which is far more than his total income after working for the company for over 20 years. Look, it increased by another $1 million. Who is this music genius? One of them asked. That's the pride of the Jiang family. He's a musical genius who shook the world with his musical talents at 10 years old. And he has been playing for Royal Entertainment for the last 9 years. Royal Entertainment? They're the Yu family's #1 rival, who owns Jade Entertainment. So it's a battle between the two largest giants in the music industry, huh? I wonder who'll end up victorious since they both have enormous wealth. The staff and hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as two families fought for the frozen Jade Zither. Yu family bids 603 million. Music genius bids 605 million. Yu family bids 610 million. Music genius bids 610,100,000. Yu family bids 610,200,000. The battle between the Yu family and Music Genius continued even a couple of minutes after the timer for the auction reached zero. Once the bid remains unmatched for 10 seconds, the winner will be decided. When the auction reached 620 million, the viewers watched in anticipation as the final countdown started. 010, 009, 008, 007. Once the countdown finally reached zero, a large announcement appeared in the middle of the website. Congratulations to the Yu family for winning this bid. In the end, the Yu family won the bid, but it cost them $620 million. However, while this may seem like a lot of money, it was only a drop in the bucket for them, who owns one of the largest entertainment companies in the world with businesses and branches all over the world, earning them billions annually. Once the auction ended, $620 million were deducted from the Yu family's account before being sent straight to Mike's account on the website with the service fees already deducted. In the end, Meishio received $558 million from the auction, and an additional $20,000 for her initial deposit that was doubled by Lee. Meishio wasted no time withdrawing the money, depositing it directly to the bank account that she shared with Yuan. Normally, having such a massive amount of money suddenly deposited into one's bank account at once would alert the bank and trigger some sort of investigation. But luckily for Yuan and Meishio, the bank account was created by Yuro, who was the daughter of the prestigious Yu family, granting that bank account premium features such as absolute anonymity. Meisho went to look at the bank account to make sure the money had been deposited, and sure enough, there were $558,020,000 inside. Ding! A notification from the CO Player Auctions appeared a few minutes after the auction ended. Congratulations on the auction. The upper management would like to request an interview with you. They have promised that you'll receive full anonymity, so you don't have to worry about your identities being leaked. What do you say? After reading the notification, Meisho typed 3 words without any hesitation. No, thank you. I understand. If you ever have something else that you'd like to sell, please don't hesitate to use CO Player Auctions again. We'll even give you some sort of deal such as reducing the service fees. Once again, thank you for trusting and using our platform. The internet went crazy with everybody talking about the Frozen Jade Zither auction, and many people believed it to be player Yuan's treasure. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan and Lan Yingying had just returned to the temple. There are too many trees here, so we'll have to go on foot, Lan Yingying said to him before transforming back to her human form. Her white hair and pink eyes also returned back to their original colors. Sometime later, they arrived at the cabin. Grandfather, grandmother. Lan Yingying called out to them as they approached the cabin. You're back with the young man already. Did you decide to change your mind and impregnate our granddaughter, after all? The grandparents were pleasantly surprised to see Yuan return with Lan Yingying so quickly. Chapter 327 Preparing for the Demon's Invasion. Grandfather, this isn't the time to joke. We have an emergency. Lan Yingying said to him as she retrieved the demon core and showed it to him. What's that? Grandpa Lan didn't immediately recognize the demon core since it has been many years since he last saw one. However, when he finally realized what he was looking at, his eyes widened with surprise, and his playful expression turned solemn. Where did you get that demon core? He asked her in a serious voice and he continued, let's talk inside. A few moments later, they returned to the table. Once all 4 of them were fully seated, Lan Yingying recalled their encounter with the demon, and how Yuan defeated it. We were attacked by a demon on our way to the city. She started off with this shocking information. What? Impossible. The Lord Sword Aura should have prevented them from getting so close to the city. Grandma Lan said. Yes, but they absorbed my parents' blood, granting them resistance to the Sword Aura. Lan Yingying sighed. They what? These damn demons. Grandpa Lan slammed the desk in a small fit of rage. After a moment of awkward silence, Grandma Lan spoke. Then what happened to that demon? Surely you didn't kill it, since we know you can't kill demons yet. Lan Yingying nodded and said, the demon was killed, but I was not the one who killed it. She then turned to look at Yuan and continued. Yuan was the one who killed it. Why you? The grandparents turned to look at Yuan with disbelief written all over their faces. How could a human that's only a spirit warrior kill a demon? Judging by the energy coming from the demon core, that demon should have been no weaker than a peak spirit master. A spirit warrior defeating a peak spirit master? In what world would this make any sense? How on earth did you kill the demon? They asked him a moment later, still with a dazed look on their faces. I used a sealing technique on the demon before finishing it off. Yuan responded in a casual manner, acting like it was only an ordinary magical beast that had slain. Sealing technique? Are you perhaps from the demon sealing clan in the outside world? They were always there to help whenever a demon was involved. Grandpa Lan asked him. Yuan shook his head. No, I am not associated with the demon sealing clan. I learned the sealing technique by chance. By chance, you say? The grandparents looked at each other. Demon sealing techniques are incredibly rare because the demon sealing clan seized most of the techniques during the ancient times and forbade people from sharing the technique with strangers, as it was the pride of their family, and what made them unique in the cultivation world. Therefore, learning such a technique by chance was very unlikely. Anyways, let me continue. The demon Yuan slew said that the rest of the demons intend on raiding the divine forest in 2 weeks. What should we do? Lan Yingying asked them. 2 weeks, huh? They mumbled before turning quiet to ponder. After a long moment of silence, Grandpa Lan looked at Yuan before asking him. What do you plan on doing, young man? I'd like to help you with whatever I can, he quickly responded. I see. We greatly appreciate it, and your demon sealing technique will definitely help our situation a lot. But are you sure? It's going to be very dangerous fighting against the demons. Since you already killed one, there should be 4 demons left, including the Demon Lord, who is the most powerful of them all. And judging from the demon core you got, that demon was probably the weakest of the bunch. If you stay here with us, we cannot guarantee your safety. Yuan nodded and said, There's still 2 weeks before they attack, right? That's plenty of time for me to increase my strength. I guess. In their eyes, 2 weeks was no different than 2 days, and not many improvements can be made in such a short time even if he was a peak genius. If Yuan was given 2 years, perhaps he might be able to assist their fight with the Demon Lord, but at his current level he wouldn't even be able to get in range to attack the Demon Lord without dying. I understand. If you need anything at all, just let us know. Grandpa Lan said to him. Hearing such words, Yuan didn't hesitate to ask, Then do you have any monster cores? Monster cores? No, we don't. However, we can hunt some magical beasts and get you some. Grandpa Lan said. How many do you need? Most magical beasts around this area are above Spirit Master. I want as many as possible if you don't mind. Yuan said without hesitation. I understand. I'll go hunt some magical beasts after this. Thank you for the trouble, Yuan said to him. Don't mind it. No amount of monster cores will be able to match a demon core for us. Sometime later, Yuan asked them, By the way, I have been wondering, since Miss Lan is a divine beast, does this mean both of you are also divine beasts? Oh, Yingying told you about it? Yuan nodded. That's right. I am also a divine beast. However, Grandma Lan here is not a divine beast. My real form is a jade serpent. I am just an ordinary magical beast. Grandma Lan said. When a divine beast mates with an ordinary magical beast, the baby will always be a divine beast, but we can only have one child in our lifetime. Grandpa Lan explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, if the demons want to attack us, we'll be fully prepared for them. Grandpa Lan said. However, it won't be easy defeating 4 demons when there are only 2 of us who can actually kill the demons. Me and you, young man. I'm going to hunt some magical beasts right now, and see if I can get you some monster cores. In the meantime, you can stay here with the other 2. Of course, if you want to be more productive, you can always mate with Yingying. Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face before leaving the cabin. Chapter 328 Consuming Magical Beasts. Once Grandpa Lan left the cabin, the atmosphere immediately turned silent. Young man, would you like some tea? Grandma Lan suddenly asked him. I do, he quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare some for you right now. Lan Yingying then said. I'm going to increase my cultivation. Oh, do you cultivate normally like humans, or do you do something else to improve your cultivation? Yuan asked her. I can cultivate normally, but that's not the most effective method for us, at least my bloodline. In order to increase my cultivation base quickly, I must consume other magical beasts. Yuan's eyes flickered with interest and excitement after hearing her words, and he asked, Does this mean you can also eat monster cores? Lan Yingying nodded. We can eat them, but monster cores take very long for us to fully absorb, and the amount of spiritual energy we obtain from monster cores cannot compare to the magical beast's body itself. And it sometimes gives us stomachaches, so I tend to avoid eating them. Wow. Yuan mumbled. Even though her method of eating monster cores differs from his own method, it was still quite fascinating to find someone else who can eat monster cores. Do you think I can watch you? Yuan suddenly asked her. Why you want to watch me consume magical beasts? Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes. Yes. Yuan nodded, his gaze filled with curiosity. I guess? Lan Yingying nodded after feeling slight hesitation. Follow me outside. Once they were outside, Lan Yingying retrieved all of the magical beast corpses that they'd collected during their journey, piling them up like a small mountain. Lan Yingying glanced at Yuan for a brief second before transforming into her beast form. She then grabbed one of the magical beast's corpses with her tail and lifted it in the air, directly above her head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying opened her large mouth before releasing her tail, dropping the magical beast's corpse into her mouth and swallowing it whole. Yuan watched in fascination. He never thought magical beasts could cultivate in such a manner. Ha! Lan Yingying released a satisfied noise after swallowing the magical beast, and white flames could be seen blowing out of her mouth and nose when she breathed. After eating her first magical beast, Lan Yingying picked up the second one, and proceeded to consume that one in a single bite as well. In just a few moments, Lan Yingying cleaned up the mountain of magical beasts, and she was so absorbed in eating that she'd forgotten about Yuan watching her. Ah, that was delicious. Lan Yingying spoke with a satisfied voice. Amazing. Where does all of that go? Even if your body is big, it's weird seeing how you consume a mountain of magical beasts and still look completely normal. Yuan asked her. If he ate a lot of food, his stomach would bloat a little. Oh, I don't really consume them. I burn them with sacred fire, converting them to spiritual energy inside my body and increasing my cultivation that way. This way, I won't feel full no matter how many magical beasts I consume. I see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form before going back inside the cabin with Yuan to drink tea Grandma Lan made. Can you tell me more about the outside world? Lan Yingying suddenly asked him. The outside? What do you want to know? I don't know. Anything you know. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, I don't know much, but I'll tell you everything I have experienced outside. Thus, Yuan began telling her of his journey ever since he became a cultivator. Of course, the story didn't last long since Yuan hadn't been a cultivator for long. I see. The outside world seems like a wonderful place. In this world, we cannot wander too much or leave the Lord's sword aura, or the demons will be able to kill us. Lan Yingying sighed. After tea, Grandma Lan took Yuan upstairs to the rooms and said to him, Since we don't expect guests, we don't have any spare rooms. Therefore, how about you share a room with Yingying? Her bed is big enough to fit 2 people comfortably too. The smile on her face grew wider, and wider the more she spoke. It's okay, I don't need a room, Yuan said, dumbfounding Grandma Lan. Then where will you sleep? She asked. I will be cultivating, so it doesn't matter if I have a room or not, he responded. Is that so? Grandma mumbled, feeling that getting this young man to mate with their granddaughter might be harder than defeating even the demon lord. Yuan logged off sometime later as it was getting late. Yuan, the auction ended. Meishio said to him during dinner. Really? How much did it sell for? The frozen jade Zither sold for $620 million, and we got $558,020,000 after the service fees. Now we can pay for the rent of this place even though Rouse friend is willing to lend it to us for free, Yuan said. Meishio raised her eyebrows. This is the first thing he thinks about after obtaining so much money? Paying for rent? If he wanted, he could even buy this entire building and still have plenty left. Can you tell Xiaohua and the others that I most likely won't be able to regroup with the other 2 disciples anytime soon? Yuan suddenly said. Why? Did something happen? Yes, and it's not something I can ignore, Yuan said, and he proceeded to explain the Lan family's situation to Meishio. Demons, I understand. I'll let them know when I log on tomorrow. Thank you, Yuan said. Oh right. One more thing, Meishio. If you need to buy something, just use the money we got from the auction. You don't need to ask me for permission. Are you sure? It's your money, she said. What am I going to do with so much money? If we ever run out, I can just sell some more items. Yuan said. I understand. Thank you, Yuan. Meishio went to sleep shortly after cleaning up, and Yuan spent the night cultivating in the real world. Chapter 329 Heaven Refining Physique. The following morning, Meishio logged into the game after feeding Yuan breakfast, and she relayed to them Yuan's situation. As expected of the young master, willingly helping these people even though they're up against demons. Feng Yuxiang sighed with a look of admiration on her face. Even if she was in her phoenix form and with all of her powers, she wouldn't dare to fight demons unless it was absolutely necessary. Tell Brother Yuan to not push himself too hard when you get the chance, Xiaohua said to Meishio. I understand. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan went to visit the Faceless statue again. Just who are you? He mumbled as he stared at the statue with a dazed look on his face. Sometime later, Lan Yingying approached him and said, Yuan, my grandfather has returned. Already? That was fast. The two of them returned to the cabin a few minutes later. Hey young man, I have returned, Grandpa Lan said to Yuan as he extended his hand with a leather pouch in his grasp. I have hunted every magical beast in the Divine Forest. Although there weren't many magical beasts in the first place, I have managed to obtain a couple of monster cores for you. Thank you very much. Yuan accepted the leather pouch with a wide smile on his face. Yingying, I saved their corpses for you. Grandpa Lan then handed a spatial ring to her. Thank you, grandfather. Don't mention it. The two of us have reached our limits, so it won't do us any good. However, this is also the same for those demons. Therefore, we should focus on the two of you who can still grow. Grandpa Lan said to them. I'm going to consume them in a bit. Lan Yingying said. What about you, young man? There may not be many monster cores inside, but you won't be able to absorb all of them in 2 weeks. Go ahead, take a look inside. Yuan nodded and opened the storage pouch, and 3 monster cores fell onto his palms. 2 Spirit Master monster cores, and 1 at the Spirit Grandmaster level. Grandpa Lan said. Wow, this is much better than I'd expected. Once again, thanks. Haha. You can thank me by mating with Yingying. Grandpa Lan said, not giving up on this matter just yet. Sometime later, Lan Yingying went outside so that she could consume the magical beasts her grandfather brought back. And to Yuan's surprise, over 300 magical beasts' corpses piled up in front of the cabin, surpassing the previous mountain by at least 3 folds. It took over 300 magical beasts to obtain 3 monster cores? Yuan dreaded how many he'd need to kill in order to obtain one in the future, as he grows stronger since it'll only get harder to obtain them. While Lan Yingying consumed the magical beasts, Yuan tilted his mask and prepared to swallow the monster cores. Grandpa Lan expressed great shock after seeing what he was trying to do, and he quickly exclaimed, What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you got the urge to eat monster cores after witnessing Yingying eat the magical beasts, right? You'll die. Lan Yingying stopped eating to see what the commotion was about. Young man, humans cannot consume monster cores. Even magical beasts cannot do it. Yingying is a little bit special because of her unique bloodline as a divine beast, and even she gets stomachaches from swallowing them. Grandma Lan shook her head. It's okay, said Yuan in a calm voice, and he continued. I also have a special physique, and it allows me to consume monster cores. Lan Yingying and her grandparents' jaw dropped from shock after hearing his words. Can he really eat monster cores? What kind of heaven-defying physique does he have? Here, let me show you. Yuan said as he tossed one of the Spirit Master monster cores into his mouth, swallowing the tiny amount of sweet liquid left behind afterward. Heaven Refining Physique activated. Chi has been refined from the Earth Dragon's monster core. You have absorbed enough Chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6 Spirit Warrior. +3, 500 stats. You have absorbed enough Chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior. +4000 stats. You have reached 8th level Spirit Warrior. +4, 500 stats. You have reached 9th level Spirit Warrior. +5000 stats. You have reached 1st level Spirit Master. +10000 stats. You have reached 2nd level Spirit Master. +11000 stats. Yuan released a deep breath after consuming the monster core. See, I am perfectly fine, he said to them afterward. However, there was no response from the grandparents or Lan Yingying, as they all stared at him with a gawking expression on their faces. They always thought Yuan to be a human being, But after witnessing him consume monster cores and break through multiple realms as easy as breathing, they began to doubt whether he was really human or not. Hell, they wouldn't doubt it even if Yuan suddenly revealed to them that he was a divine beast this entire time. Why, young man, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of physique do you have? Grandpa Lon asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded and said, Heaven Refining Physique. He didn't mind telling them since he trusted them. Heaven Refining Physique. That legendary physique. Grandpa Lon unconsciously took a few steps back from shock. You know of my physique? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. After taking a deep breath, Grandpa Lon nodded and said, The Heaven Refining Physique is one of the most mythical physiques to ever exist, and if I remember correctly, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan had this physique. The founder? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How long ago are we talking about? Many millions of years ago, I guess. Grandpa Lon said, and he continued, the founder of the Demon Sealing clan was also rumored to eat demon cores, but nobody has ever confirmed it. Chapter 330 Bane of Demons. What else do you know about the founder of the Demon Sealing clan? Yuan asked him, his interest piqued. Perhaps he might learn something new about his physique. Not much, honestly. He was a powerful man, one of the most powerful entities during his time, and he founded the Demon Sealing clan to slay demons. Nobody knows his background or his motives for founding the clan, but all of the humans and even magical beasts admired him like a god. As for the demons, well, they'd run just from the mention of his name. What was his name? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, his name has been lost to the passage of time, so nobody really knows. However, we know his nickname, Bane of Demons, Divine Paragon. Divine Paragon? What a cool nickname. Yuan mumbled, thinking how nice it would be if he also had a nickname. Sometime later, Yuan proceeded to consume the other two monster cores. Heaven Refining Physique activated. Qi has been refined from the Forest Mantis monster core. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level Spirit Master. Plus 12,000. You have reached 4th level Spirit Master. Plus 13,000. Heavens! It took you 2 monster cores to increase your cultivation base by almost an entire realm. Does your Heaven Refining Physique have a limit? Grandpa Lon mumbled in a dazed voice. A limit, huh? I have never reached this so-called limit yet, so I can't really tell you. Yuan said. Is that so? But don't push yourself too hard. Grandpa Lon said. I won't, Yuan said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan popped the last monster core into his mouth, which contained the power of a spirit grandmaster that is considered to be the peak of the lower heavens. Whoosh! Yuan could feel his body gushing with spiritual energy after consuming the monster core, feeling as though many years of unused energy suddenly surge forward. Heaven Refining Physique. Qi has been absorbed from the Blood Ripper. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 5th level Spirit Master. Plus 14,000. You have reached 6th level Spirit Master. Plus 15,000. You have reached 7th level Spirit Master. Plus 16,000. You have reached 8th level Spirit Master. Plus 17,000. You have reached 9th level Spirit Master. Plus 18,000. Yuan's cultivation base stopped at the 9th level. I didn't reach Spirit Grandmaster, but I can somehow feel it. Yuan mumbled, feeling as though his body had grown larger from the sheer amount of power that resided within his body at this moment. My lord, are you okay, young man? Do you feel any different right now? Any pain? Grandpa Lon asked him. Normally, one wouldn't be able to increase their cultivation base so quickly, skipping so many levels at once. If they did, it was most likely with the help of some priceless treasure, and it would only be 1 or 2 levels, not an entire realm and some more. However, even then their body will feel uncomfortable. Even pain from the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy suddenly going inside their body. I feel perfectly fine. Actually, I feel a little full, almost like I just ate a feast, but it's spiritual energy instead of food. Yuan said. You shouldn't keep so much energy inside your body for too long. or it might actually harm your body. Go and release it by training your techniques. Grandpa Lon said to Yuan, and he pointed in a certain direction before continuing. There's a training area not far from here. Okay, I'll go now. Thank you. Yuan immediately began running to the training area, and compared to before, his speed almost tripped. In just a few minutes, he arrived at this spacious area that had large boulders placed everywhere, with the largest boulder as large as a 10-story building. And without further ado, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and began his rampage on these boulders. Bloody Sword Strike. Yuan released as much spiritual energy as he could with the technique. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared as the Empyrean Overlord cleaved the large boulders cleanly in half, almost like a sharp knife against a piece of paper. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan used his strongest attack on the 10-story building after cleaving a few large boulders. The entire ground shook as a massive beam of spiritual energy released from the Empyrean Overlord and flew towards the building. Boom! The entire boulder disintegrated until nothing was left in an instant, almost like Yuan had used a flamethrower on a ball of cotton. However, the attack didn't stop at the boulder and continued flying into the distance, directly at the mountain not far away. Boom! The ground shook again as the heaven-splitting sword strike created a large hole in this mountain. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Grandpa Lon held a profound expression on his face as he stared at the hole that had suddenly appeared in this mountain at the horizon. Yingying, what do you think of this human? He suddenly asked her, who was still stuffing her mouth with magical beasts. Yuan? She stopped eating and asked. If you can leave this world, would you be willing to follow him, is what I'm trying to ask. Grandpa Lon spoke with a solemn look on his face. I can leave this world. Really? I won't guarantee you anything, but if you bring this human to the Mystic Pagoda, he might be able to bring you outside. It's a strong feeling I am getting right now, and my intuition is rarely wrong. But the demons will be attacking us soon, and he only has a month in this place, Lon Yingying said. I know, which is why instead of being sitting ducks and waiting for them to prepare for the invasion, we should strike them first when they least expect it. Grandpa Lon suddenly suggested, shocking Lon Yingying. Once you consume all of the magical beasts, and the young man gets used to his newfound strength, well, attack. Chapter 331 Learning to Fly. After spending almost the entire day exhausting himself, Yuan returned to the cabin. Welcome back, young man. How do you feel? Grandpa Lon said to him. I feel even better than before despite having less energy, Yuan said, feeling as though he'd released all of his pent-up frustration by destroying countless boulders. Good. Then let me tell you our plans. Grandpa Lon said, and he continued. Instead of waiting for the demons to invade us, we're going to invade them before they're fully prepared, and we're going to do it in 3 days. Do you think you'll be ready by then? 3 days, huh? I think I will be ready. Yuan nodded. Great, then if you need anything until then, don't hesitate to let us know. Sometime later, Yuan logged off for dinner. After dinner, Yuan cultivated until the morning, reaching 6th level Spirit Warrior. When he returned to the game, Yuan took a seat outside the cabin and began practicing his chi manifestation. This is definitely much easier now that I'm at the 9th level Spirit Master. Yuan mumbled to himself as he manifested the spiritual inside of his body without any effort at all. After practicing for a couple of hours, a notification appeared before him. You have learned Chi Manifestation. Chi Manifestation, rank, Earth, description. Allows you to release your spiritual energy outside the body and use it as a weapon. Let's try this. Yuan stood up and turned to look at a tree that was a couple of meters from him. After taking a deep breath, he imagined his spiritual energy leaving his body and forming a fist, aiming it directly at the tree. Boom. Yuan's spiritual energy left his body and struck the tree a split second later, knocking the tree down. Wow, what a powerful technique. But how will this help me fly? After pondering for a moment, he went inside the cabin to find Grandpa Lon. Grandpa Lon, you can fly, right? Can you teach me how to fly using Chi Manifestation? I just learned it. You learned Chi Manifestation already? As expected of a genius. Grandpa Lon looked at him with slightly wide eyes, but compared to his other talents, this wasn't shocking at all. If you know Qi manifestation, then you also know Qi manipulation. Try to manipulate the spiritual energy around you and control it. Once you control it, you can alter the gravity around you, allowing you to levitate. Practice enough, and you'll be able to fly. I understand. Thank you for the advice. Yuan went back outside to practice flying. Once outside, he stood there silently without moving a muscle for many minutes, almost like head turned into a statue. He used Qi manifestation and tried to manipulate the spiritual energy around him. Once he got used to the feeling, he imagined the spiritual energy lifting his body into the air. And after many minutes of practice, had managed to levitate himself a couple of inches off the ground. What a fast learner. Grandpa Lon mumbled to himself as he watched Yuan practice from inside the cabin with his divine sense. After practicing for a couple more hours, Yuan could eventually soar in the sky, albeit a little bit slow. You have learned fly, rank, earth, description. Allows you to fly in the sky. The faster you fly, the more Qi you consume. Although flying is fun, I think I still like flying with a sword. With that in mind, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and made it levitate in the air with Qi manifestation. Once he got used to controlling the sword in the air, he jumped on the sword and began surfing the air for the first time without Xiaohua's assistance. Ha ha ha. This is great. Yuan proceeded to fly around the divine forest for the next few hours, until he was almost out of spiritual energy and covered in sweat. I can fly around perfectly right now, but I wonder what will happen once I leave the mystic realm and lose my current cultivation base. Will I still be able to fly around since I have already learned the skills? And how much of my current cultivation will be transferred outside? Yuan wondered to himself as he returned to the cabin. Welcome back, young man, Grandpa Lon said to him when he returned. And when he noticed Yuan's sweaty appearance, he said, "There's a small waterfall not far from here. Go clean yourself there. Do you need directions?" Yuan shook his head and said, "I saw that during my training, so I know where to go. Thank you." He left the cabin again shortly after, and flew to this waterfall that was a couple of miles away. A few minutes after Yuan left, Grandpa Lon called for Lan Yingying. "What's the matter, grandfather?" she asked him. A large grin appeared on his face before he spoke. "The young man's cleaning himself at the waterfall. This is your chance to seduce him. Enter the water with him." "Are you serious, grandfather?" Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes. "Does it look like I am joking?" Grandpa Lon responded with a serious expression. "Old fart, don't force Yingying if she doesn't want to do it." "Nonsense. She shares the same bloodline as me. I can tell if she likes someone or not. Tell me, Yingying, do you not like that young man? Even if you don't, it's your duty to continue our bloodline." Grandpa Lon said to her. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying nodded with a solemn expression. "I understand. I'll do my best." Meanwhile, at the waterfall that has fresh and clean water, Yuan removed his clothes and quickly rinsed them in the waterfall before hanging them on a tree nearby. After hanging the wet clothes, he went to test the waters before jumping right inside. This is his first time washing himself at a river, and there was even a waterfall right behind him. Chapter 332 1,000 Years. After hanging his clothes on a nearby tree to let them dry, Yuan entered the shallow river that barely reached his shoulders, rinsing the dried sweat off his body. Wow, this feels amazing. Maybe it was because of his body as a cultivator, but the water didn't feel cold at all. It felt refreshing, resembling the feelings he'd get after a breakthrough. After submerging himself in the water for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned to look at the waterfall and wondered what it would feel like to go under it, treating it like a shower. "I'm a cultivator, so it should be fine, right?" Yuan mumbled to himself, a little bit worried that the waterfall might crush him to death if he went into it. However, he won't know unless he tried it, so he approached the waterfall with care. Once he was directly before the waterfall, Yuan stuck a finger inside the waterfall to test the pressure. It's not that bad. When he realized that he could withstand the pressure, he proceeded to insert his hand deeper into the waterfall. It feels very light, much lighter than it appears. Is it because of my body? After feeling comfortable and confident that his body could handle the waterfall, he took a few steps forward, entering the waterfall and allowing the water to pour down over his entire body. This feels great. It felt like he was being massaged by the waterfall. Some minutes later, Yuan sensed a presence approaching the waterfall. Yuan, can I join you in the water? Lan Yingying's figure could be seen in the distance and approaching his direction. However, there was something different about her appearance, and Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw her, who was completely naked at this moment. She had a great figure with perfect proportions from head to toe, pale skin that resembled snow, and on her chest were two luscious and round breasts that attracted Yuan's gaze, especially the small and elegant pink circles on her breasts. Her legs were slender and long, and between these beautiful legs was a single slit that made Yuan feel something he didn't understand. Miss Lan, you're also here to bathe? Yuan asked her in a calm voice after his initial surprise. If it was any other man in his situation, they might have gone crazy from the stimulation just at the sight of Lan Yingying's peerless body. Yes. I hope you don't mind, she said. Of course not. Yuan quickly responded with an innocent smile on his face. Please join me. The water feels great and very refreshing. Lan Yingying nodded and entered the water a moment later. However, she didn't say anything else after entering the water. Grandfather told me to seduce him. But how do I do that? Lan Yingying wondered inwardly, as nobody has ever taught her how to seduce humans before. Furthermore, as someone who has lived in the divine forest for her entire life, she only knows what her family taught her as well as things she naturally learns as a divine beast. And none of this knowledge would help her seduce a human. You should come over here, Yuan suddenly said to her, and he continued, it feels even better under the waterfall. Lan Yingying didn't say anything and merely nodded her head. She slowly made her way to the waterfall, and a few moments later, she stood directly beside Yuan with the waterfall massaging their body. After another moment of silence, Lan Yingying spoke. Yuan, to tell you the truth, it was my grandfather who suggested I come here to seduce you. He really wants me to continue the family's legacy, to have a baby with you. Lan Yingying felt that it was quite rude to keep such a thing hidden from him, and didn't want to feel like she was lying to him, who was risking his own life to help their situation with the demons, so she told him the truth. Yuan, I understand why you don't want to have children, but remember, I am not human, so I am not giving birth to a human child. I am a divine beast. It's completely different. You can even consider it as having a pet or something. Yuan turned to look at her with wide eyes, and after a moment of silence he said, even if you say that, I don't know how to make babies. I was only taught how to play instruments and memorize songs. It's really simple. Lan Yingying realized that she had a chance, so she quickly responded. I only need your blood and spiritual energy. Lan Yingying then said. My blood and spiritual energy? I don't know how to make babies, but this doesn't sound right. Yuan said with a confused look on his face. Lan Yingying then said, I don't know how humans make babies, but this is how we, divine beasts, conceive. Through blood and spiritual energy. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan opened his eyes and said, Okay, I'll help you. Really? Lan Yingying exclaimed. Yuan nodded. As you'd said, I am not really giving birth to a human child, and this is just a game. Thank you. Let's begin immediately. Lan Yingying wasted no time transforming into her beast form. What should I do? Yuan asked her. You just need to retrieve some of your blood and mix it with your spiritual energy. Okay, tell me when to stop. Yuan took out the starry abyss and slit his palms before collecting his blood with chi manifestation. That's enough blood. Lan Yingying suddenly stopped him. Yuan nodded and stopped draining his own blood. What should I do now? Yuan asked as his own blood floated in front of him in the shape of a sphere. Mix it with your spiritual energy until I tell you to stop. Lan Yingying said. Yuan followed her instructions and proceeded to mix his spiritual energy with the blood. Slowly, his blood began glistening like there were stars living inside. A few more moments later, His blood began to solidify and clear up, almost like it was crystallizing. And it was also growing smaller in size. Okay, that's enough. Lan Yingying said to him once the crystallized blood was the size of his thumb. Here you go. Yuan handed his crystallized blood to Lan Yingying, who accepted it with her tail. Thank you very much for this, Yuan. I will never forget it. Lan Yingying said to him before throwing the crystal inside her mouth and eating it. This is. What kind of blood is this? I have never tasted anything this pure and delicious before. Lan Yingying's eyes widened with shock a few seconds after swallowing Yuan's blood. She then turned to look at Yuan with a weird glint in her eyes. If she wasn't a divine beast but an ordinary magical beast, perhaps she might have gone crazy and attacked Yuan purely because of his blood, especially when it's enhanced with his rich spiritual energy. Are you done? Yuan asked her a moment later. Lan Yingying snapped out of her daze and nodded her head. Yes, I should be able to conceive a child in the future. Do you know how long that will take? Yuan then asked, his interest piqued. Lan Yingying pondered for a moment before answering his question. About 1,000 years, give or take. Yuan's eyes widened from surprise, and he proceeded to stare at her with a speechless look on his face. Chapter 333 A Cup of Blood. 1,000 years. Does it really take that long? I cannot even fathom living that long. Yuan exclaimed after learning how long it'll take for Lan Yingying to give birth to their child. Yes, it takes a really long time for divine beasts such as myself to convert the seed that you gave me into a child. Lan Yingying said. And she continued. It also differs for each species. Some divine beasts may need a few hundred years while some may even need a few thousand years. If I recall correctly, dragons and phoenixes require the most time for their child, about 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Yuan was completely speechless. Sometime later, Lan Yingying returned to her human form. Once again, thank you for impregnating me. Lan Yingying lowered her head and bowed to him afterward. The two of them proceeded to spend some more time in the river before getting out and returning to the cabin. How was the waterfall? I hope you had fun. Grandpa Lan welcomed them back with a massive grin on his face. Yes. It was really fun. It also felt really good. Thank you for recommending that place. Yuan said to him. It felt good, huh? The smile on Grandpa Lan's face widened even more. Grandfather, Yuan has agreed to impregnate me, and I have already absorbed his blood. Lan Yingying said to him. What? Grandpa Lan turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with shock, as he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Haha. This is great news. Welcome to the family, young man. Grandma Lan laughed out loud after hearing this news, and she continued, We're going to have a feast tonight. However, Grandpa Lan continued to stand there with a dazed face. Even though he was the one who encouraged it the most, he truly didn't think it would be successful. Since this is the case, you should definitely head to the Mystic Pagoda and try to leave this place with him. Grandpa Lan said to them a moment later. Huh? You want to leave the Mystic Realm? Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying with slightly wide eyes since this is his first time hearing about it. Yes. After we deal with the demons, I plan to take you to the Mystic Pagoda to see if you can open it. Lan Yingying nodded. Does this mean you know how I can become the master of the Mystic Realm? Lan Yingying shook her head. I see. Then I will also try my best to find a way to help you leave, Yuan said. Sometime later, they sat around the table while Grandma Lan prepared for the feast. I just realized this, but you took off your mask. You're a pretty handsome fellow, and this is coming from a magical beast with different standards. Why do you feel the need to hide your appearance? Grandpa Lan asked him. I'm not really hiding because of my appearance. I'm mostly hiding since there are a lot of people who want to know my identity, Yuan said. Understandable. You're a very talented young man. There are bound to be countless people who are interested in you. Grandpa Lan nodded. A moment later, Lan Yingying spoke. By the way, Yuan, I have been wondering, do you have a special bloodline or something? Your blood. It's not normal. What do you mean? Grandpa Lan was the first to speak, asking for more context. When I tasted his blood, it gave my body an unusual sensation. It was unlike anything I have experienced before, and even my cultivation base increased a little. Lan Yingying described her experience with Yuan's blood. What? Is that true? Grandpa Lan then turned to look at Yuan with his curiosity piqued. Young man, if you don't mind, can I have a drop of your blood? I want to confirm my suspicions. He then asked. Yuan nodded. I don't mind. He then poked a small hole in his finger and retrieved a drop of his blood before handing it to Grandpa Lan with chi manifestation. After dropping the blood onto his tongue, Grandpa Lan closed his eyes and silently analyzed the blood. A moment later, he opened his eyes with disbelief written all over his face. My lord, you really have a bloodline that's at the very least divine grade. This is also my first time tasting something this exquisite. Grandpa Lan mumbled in a dazed voice. Yingying, quickly, give the young man some of your blood, Grandpa Lan said. And he continued. As divine beasts, our blood has the property to awaken human bloodlines. However, Yuan shook his head and said, I have already tried that with phoenix blood. You tried to awaken lock your bloodline with phoenix blood? And it didn't work? Grandpa Lan looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan continued. Although phoenixes are at the top of the divine beasts ranking, their blood isn't as powerful when it comes to awakening human bloodlines. That's where we, divine serpents, come in. Our blood can awaken most bloodlines in existence, unless you have a godlike bloodline. Godlike bloodlines. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Only the most powerful families in the upper heavens would have a god bloodline. I see. Then let's try it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Lan Yingying poured her own blood into a large cup until it was completely full before handing it to Yuan. Tea this much? Yuan was startled by the amount of blood that was in front of him at this moment. You probably only had a drop of phoenix blood, right? A human can only handle so much divine beast blood, no matter how powerful you are. If you consume too much, it'll harm you instead. However, our bloodline is a bit unique in that aspect, as you can consume a large quantity without worrying about any harmful effects, and it'll even increase its effectiveness. I understand. Yuan nodded with a resolute look on his face. He then took a deep breath before grabbing the cup of blood and chugging it down like a warrior. After chugging the blood, Yuan could immediately feel his body heating up, similar to when he consumed Feng Yuxiang's phoenix blood. Chapter 334 Awakened Bloodline. Arg. So hot. Yuan exclaimed as his body grew warmer and warmer until it was smoking. Are you okay? Lan Yingying was startled when she saw this, feeling worried that something might have gone wrong. Calm down, Yingying. This means his bloodline is awakening. Grandpa Lan said to her in a calm voice. And he continued. Endure it, young man. If you lose consciousness, your bloodline won't awaken. Yuan nodded before making his way outside the cabin since it was much cooler there. Once outside, he sat on the ground in the lotus position and tried to calm down by cultivating. However, the intense heat burning his body made things extremely difficult for him to stay focused. Ack! Yuan suddenly puked out a mouthful of blood, startling Lan Yingying. Are you sure he will be okay, grandfather? If my blood kills him, I don't think I can continue living with such guilt. Grandpa Lan didn't say anything and continued to watch Yuan with a serious expression on his face. Rumble. Grandpa Lan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is it just me or is the ground shaking? I feel it as well. Lan Yingying confirmed. It's been a while since we last had an earthquake. Grandpa Lan mumbled, not thinking too much of it at first. However, the shaking did not stop like they'd expected it to sooner or later, and it was even gradually getting stronger. This isn't a normal earthquake. What's happening? Grandpa Lan frowned upon realizing that this was an abnormal phenomenon. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators realized that the gates to the mystic realm were shaking. Oh, look at the mystic realm. It's shaking. How is that possible? I don't feel any earthquakes. Something must have happened inside the mystic realm. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the participants inside the mystic realm were experiencing an earthquake. Senior Nye and the others from the spirit heaven frowned at this phenomenon, as they have never heard of the mystic realm acting like this before. Does anyone know what is happening? One of the crystal balls asked. I have never heard of this before. One of them responded. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua mumbled his name in a low voice as she looked at the entrance to the mystic realm. Inside the mystic realm, as the earthquake grew stronger, the people in that world began to worry that it might be the end of the world, and that the mystic realm itself was collapsing, causing people to panic. What's going on? Grandma Lan stopped her cooking and went outside to see if they knew anything. We also have no idea what's going on right now. Grandpa Lan said. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Ah! Yuan suddenly began screaming in a painful voice, and as though the world resonated with his pain, the earthquake shook even fiercer. It can't be. Grandpa Lan stared at Yuan with a dazed look on his face. Surely he's not causing this earthquake from trying to awaken his bloodline, right? What? Yuan's the cause of this earthquake? Lan Yingying exclaimed. I don't know yet, but there's a good chance, especially since it started shortly after he started awakening his bloodline. However, what kind of bloodline could possibly cause such a phenomenon? Grandpa Lan mumbled. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed. Yuan had expected the awakening to stop after 3 attempts like previously, but to his surprise, after his 3rd failure, it continued to try and awaken his bloodline. Attempting to awaken bloodline, failed 10 failures, 20 failures, 50 failures, 6, 70, 80, 90, 95, 99. After 99 attempts to awaken his bloodline and 99 failure, there was finally some change within the notifications. Attempting to awaken bloodline. Attempt successful. You have awakened your bloodline. Ding. Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Grade, Royal. Description. You will obtain increased stats whenever your cultivation increases. Stats obtained from breakthroughs will also affect soul strength. Our Royal Grade? How is that possible? Yuan stared at his bloodline with disbelief on his face. The lowest quality of bloodlines was Royal Grade and definitely below Divine Grade, but if that was the case, Feng Yuxiang's Phoenix blood should have been able to awaken it, so why does his bloodline show Royal Grade? Could it be a bug in the system? Or is there something special about this bloodline that he has yet to understand? Once Yuan awakened his bloodline, the earthquake in the mystic realm also came to a halt. Are you okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying approached him with a worried look on her face. Yes, I am fine, thank you. Yuan nodded his head, which was dripping with sweat. Thank the Lord. Lan Yingying released a deep sigh of relief to know that her blood didn't harm him. How about it, young man? Did you manage to awaken your bloodline? Grandpa Lan asked him a moment later. Yes, I did. However, it's Royal Grade. What? Royal Grade? How is that possible? I tasted the blood myself. There's no way such powerful blood could only be Royal Grade. Grandpa Lan expressed the same disbelief as Yuan after hearing the news. Can I taste your blood again just to make sure? Grandpa Lan asked him. Yuan nodded and quickly gave him a few drops of his own blood. After tasting the blood, Grandpa Lan became even more puzzled. I have tasted Royal Grade bloodlines before, and this is definitely not Royal Grade. Is that so? Yuan mumbled, believing this to be a bug in the game more and more. Meanwhile, somewhere in this boundless universe, an old man with an ancient and timeless aura sat before a seemingly ordinary but massive jade tablet that had the word destiny carved into it, looking like had been in the same position for countless years. The jade tablet that was almost 100 times the old man's size suddenly began to glow, and the engraved word destiny began glowing golden. The old man opened his eyes to look at the jade tablet with a sentimental feeling in his gaze. Alas, you have finally returned to us. The old man stood up a moment later and immediately kneeled onto the ground before the jade tablet, kowtowing to it. Welcome back, Master. The 9 heavens will soon tremble before your might once again, and for the final time. Chapter 335 Immortal Bloodlines. After kowtowing to the Jade tablet for a couple of minutes, the old man stood up and patted his robes before turning around and walking away from the place. This subordinate will come to get you as soon as possible, master. Meanwhile, back inside the mystic realm, Yuan sat around the table with the Lan family as they began their feast. Good lord, you appear to have a bigger appetite than even us divine beasts. Grandma Lan exclaimed when Yuan displayed his eating talents before their very eyes for the first time. Ha ha ha. At this rate, you'll even eat our portions. Well, eat all you want. You're going to need all your strength when fighting the demons. Grandpa Lan said to him. Sometime later, after the feast, Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Your bloodline awakened, right? Do you know what kind of bloodline you have? Yuan nodded and said, Something called Immortal Monarch Bloodline. PFT. Grandpa Lan directly spat out the tea in his mouth after hearing Yuan's words. I am mortal. You have an immortal bloodline. He looked at Yuan with disbelief in his gaze. There's no way an immortal's bloodline could possibly be royal grade. I am certain about this now, Grandpa Lan said. What's an immortal's bloodline? Yuan asked him. Immortal bloodlines are special bloodlines that can only be passed down by true immortals in the highest realms at the upper heavens, and these bloodlines usually have heaven-defying powers that can turn even a normal human into a peak cultivation prodigy. Grandpa Lan explained everything he knew about immortal bloodlines. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about immortals or immortal bloodlines except that they are incredibly rare and powerful. If you have an immortal bloodline, then you're definitely a descendant of a very powerful cultivator. I see. Thank you for the information. After the feast, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to finish preparing dinner. In the meantime, Yuan tried to see if there was any change to his body after consuming Lan Yingying's divine beast blood and awakening his bloodline. However, he didn't feel any different than before his bloodline's awakening. Sometime later, Meishio went into his room with dinner. Yuan, did you feel the earthquake inside the mystic realm today? Meishio asked him. There was an earthquake? I didn't notice it. Yuan said, as he was too focused on awakening his bloodline to notice the massive earthquake. The gates to the mystic realm suddenly began shaking yesterday, and it caused quite the stir among the spectators. I see. You know the crazy part? Apparently, there was also an earthquake in this world sometime this afternoon. It was all over the news. Meishio said. Wow, what a coincidence, Yuan mumbled. After dinner, Meishio went to sleep whilst Yuan went to cultivate. However, for some reason, he felt extremely tired that night, falling asleep a few minutes later. Furthermore, he had a dream that night. A weird dream where he stood before a massive jade tablet that was as large as a small mountain, and there was the word destiny engraved into this jade tablet. Geezer, I'm going to do it one last time. An unfamiliar voice came from Yuan's mouth as he spoke, or more specifically, the body he was in spoke. How long do you think it'll take this time, master? An old voice resounded behind him, and without turning around, the body Yuan was in spoke. Who knows? It could be 1,000 years from now. It could be 100,000 years from now. Hell, it could even be 1,000,000 years. However, the moment this jade tablet glows, it means I have returned. This subordinate will wait for your return no matter how many millennia it may take, said the old voice. After a moment of silence, the old voice returned. Master, this may be out of my line, but do you intend on telling her about your departure? I don't. He immediately responded, and he continued, I'm sure that she'll be angry at me for keeping her in the dark about this, but I don't want to disturb her cultivation. She's very close to becoming a true immortal, and any distractions might take that away from her. Geezer, if she makes a scene, just let her know what I told you, that I will be back for you guys no matter what. Anyways, I'm going to leave now. I'll see you later, Geezer. It was at this point of the dream when Yuan woke up. What a weird dream, he thought to himself. However, despite this being his first time experiencing such a dream, he felt oddly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen that exact scene before. Furthermore, he realized that his limbs became more responsive in the morning, allowing him to move his fingers with less effort. If he tried, he could even lift his arm and legs a little off the bed. Yuan was filled with excitement by this change, and his anticipation for the future grew some more. Sometime later, Meishio entered his room to do her daily routine. Yuan, let's give you a wash before you play, Meishio said to him, as it has been some time since she last cleaned him. Okay, Yuan said. Inside the bathroom, whilst Meishio scrubbed his body down with her soapy hands, Yuan suddenly spoke. Meishio, do you know how to make babies? Meishio nearly slipped on the wet floor after hearing Yuan's sudden question. Be babies? Why are you asking? She responded in a stiff voice with her face heating up quickly. Well, I was in this situation that required me to make babies. However, that person was not human, so the methods were a bit unique, and I have been curious about it since then. Yuan revealed his experience in the mystic realm to Meishio, greatly shocking her. Did you do it? Make babies with this person, I mean. Meishio decided to ask him. Yes, I did. Yuan calmly responded, and he continued. She's a divine beast, so it'll take 1,000 years for her to give birth. At least that's what she told me. Meishio became speechless after hearing Yuan confirm that he had indeed impregnated another entity in the game. Chapter 336 How to Make Babies. Let me get this straight. You impregnated an NPC in the game? Meishio asked again just in case. That's what she told me. Yuan responded in a calm voice, not thinking too much about it. Heavens! Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice. She cannot imagine how Yuro would react once she learns of this. Perhaps it would be better if I don't tell her for her own sake. Meishio thought to herself. After a moment of silence, she said, Yuan, I know the Yu family didn't teach you this, but you really shouldn't impregnate women so easily, especially if you just met them. I know that, but these people are really nice, and I really wanted to help them. Yuan said. Let's continue this talk after this. My mother will kill me if you catch a cold, because I didn't take care of you properly. Okay. Thus, Meishio continued to clean Yuan's body, but her heart felt heavier than usual, almost like there were invisible chains weighing it down. It's just an NPC, so it should be fine. And it's only a game. Meishio thought to herself as she moved her hands to the thing between Yuan's legs. Making babies, huh? I guess it's about time he learns about these kinds of things. Because the Yu family only cared about his musical talents. They didn't want anything that wasn't music-related to enter his brain. And that included common sense for even the basic things in life. After all, the less common sense Yuan had, the easier it was for them to control him and trick him. As for things regarding the opposite sex, that never even crossed the Yu family's mind. Of course, Yuro taught him some common sense, but she wanted Yuan to remain innocent and pure for as long as possible, so she purposefully avoided talking about these kinds of things. After cleaning Yuan's body, she brought him back to his room where she dried his body some more and changed his clothes. You want to learn how to make babies, right? Meishio asked him afterward. Yes. Well, first and foremost, you need to understand the importance of having babies with another individual. Having a baby isn't something you can take lightly, Yuan, as it will affect you for the rest of your life. Luckily, it only happened inside the game, but if it was the real world, you will have a lot of responsibility to bear. Furthermore, you should only have babies with your significant other, someone you care enough about that you wouldn't mind spending the rest of your life with them. Meishio said to him. Hearing Meixius' words, Yuan suddenly spoke. So someone like you? Meishio was at a loss for words after hearing Yuan's words that took her completely by surprise and also made her body shiver. And Yuan suddenly continued. I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life with you, Meishio. Does this make you my significant other? WL. And not exactly. Meishio responded in a trembling voice. Having a significant other requires an agreement between two people that want to be with each other. You cannot just call someone your significant other, because you want to be with them. Meishio explained to him. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, now that you know not to have a baby with every female you meet, let's talk about the process of making babies. After taking a deep breath, Meisho continued. In order to make babies, a man needs to connect bodies with a female, or more specifically, use the thing between their legs to connect with the female's body. What? You can use that thing to make babies? I thought it was only for peeing. Yuan exclaimed in a truly surprised tone after learning this revelation. It's actually a little more complicated than that. But yes, that's the gist of it. And such an act is called having sex. Meisho said, somehow managing to keep a straight face as she educated Yuan on this kind of topic. Anyways, this is the basics of having babies. Do you have any questions? Meisho said to him. This is just the basics? Heavens, I never knew it would be so complicated. Yuan mumbled. And he continued, thank you for telling me, Meisho. I have learned a lot today, and it's just the beginning of the day. Don't mention it. You would have learned it sooner or later even without me anyway, Meisho said. Sometime later, Meisho returned to her room after helping Yuan enter the game. He doesn't mind spending the rest of his life with me, huh? A warm smile appeared on Meixia's beautiful face as she placed the helmet on her head. After entering the game, Meisho looked at Feng Yuxiang and spoke to her. Feng, I have a question. What is it? How do divine beasts make babies? And can they really mate with humans? Meisho asked her, as this has been on her mind ever since Yuan told her about it. What? Why are you asking me such questions? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with wide eyes. I'm just curious. Meisho said, well, different species have different methods of mating with each other, but in general, most divine beasts only require blood and spiritual energy to conceive a child. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later, is this the same with humans? Feng Yuxiang nodded, that's right. Divine beasts can indeed mate with humans, but such a situation is very rare since most divine beasts see humans as inferior beings. After a moment of silence, Meisho continued to ask, what happens if a human and a divine beast mate with each other like humans do? By having sex? Can they conceive that way? Feng Yuxiang's jaw dropped after hearing Meixia's question. Why was she asking such weird questions? Is this related to the young master? If a human and divine beast have sex, it's usually only for pleasure, as it's more efficient to mate using blood and spiritual energy, since it's always almost guaranteed to impregnate them. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I see. Meisho mumbled, realizing that she might have misunderstood Yuan because of his lack of context. Meanwhile, the others were completely baffled by their conversation that was completely random and out of place. Chapter 337 Abandoned Valley. Inside the Mystic Realm, Yuan and the Lan family gathered outside the cabin. We're going to invade the demons today. Are you all prepared? Grandpa Lan asked them. Once everyone there nodded, Grandpa Lan continued. I'll carry all of you in my beast form. A moment later, he transformed into a massive white serpent, and compared to Lan Yingying, he was at least 10 times larger. Large enough to wrap around an entire mountain with ease. Yuan was slightly surprised to see Grandpa Lan's beast form, but compared to the great one that was literally countless times larger than a star, it wasn't too shocking. When everyone jumped onto his back, Grandpa Lan suddenly levitated off the ground and began slithering in the air. A flying snake, it was a sight to behold. Oh, look at the sky. What on earth is that? One of the participants, a player, stared at the sky in shock as he witnessed a massive snake slithering through the clouds like a dragon. Heavens! Is that a dragon? Many of the participants mistook Grandpa Lan as a dragon. No, that's a serpent. It's a magical beast. But I have never seen anything like that before. Since it's flying, it must be at least a spirit grandmaster, right? There are such powerful beings in the mystic realm. Half of the participants in the mystic realm saw the flying serpent in the sky because of Grandpa Lan's massive size and the distance they traveled. Of course, the spectators outside the mystic realm also saw the massive snake in the sky. What kind of magical beast is that? I don't recall ever seeing such a magical beast before in the mystic realm. Senior Nya asked the people on the other side of the crystal balls. No idea. I don't remember seeing such a magical beast before, either. Well, the mystic realm is still filled with mysteries even though we've explored it many times. Actually, rumor has it that there exists a divine beast somewhere within the mystic realm. Could that be it? One of them suddenly said. What? A divine beast? As if that's possible. Another voice scoffed. A couple of hours later, Grandpa Lon landed in a desolate area and transformed back to his human form. We're going to be traveling by foot here, since we don't want to alert the demons that are hiding deep within the abandoned valley just yet, he said to them. As they walked, Grandpa Lon continued. Once we confront the demons, I will be dealing with the demon lord, leaving the other 3 demons in your hands. I'd like to take on another one, but I'll have my hands full with just the demon lord. I can take care of 2 demons by myself since they're nowhere near as powerful as the demon lord. Young man, Yingying, the both of you will take care of the last one. Once you deal with that one, I'll need you to help me kill the other 2 demons, since I don't have the ability to kill them. Grandma Lon said. The 2 of them nodded. Yuan, I'll distract the demon while you strike it with your demon sealing technique. They have no idea that you know such a technique, and we're going to use that fact to our advantage. Lon Yingying said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. After navigating through the Dead Valley for another 3 hours, they reached the deepest parts of the valley. It's weird how we haven't run into any magical beasts, Yuan mumbled. That's because the demons hunted them all. Grandpa Lon said. Demons don't care if they are humans or magical beasts. They will hunt them as long as it increases their cultivation. Hell, they will even hunt other demons if necessary. Their aggressive nature and insatiable hunger for strength is the main reason they're a danger to all living beings, and why they were eventually hunted. How are demons born? Yuan suddenly asked. Honestly, I can't tell you since I don't know. Demons have been around since ancient times and not much is known about them. Perhaps you'll find such information in the upper heavens, but in the lower heavens I doubt anyone knows. I see, sometime later Grandpa Lon said. I can sense them. And he continued, however they can also sense us. I'm going to distract the demon lord first. After saying such words, Grandpa Lon turned into his beast form, and immediately flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. I didn't think you'd come here on your own accord, sparing us the effort of breaking into the divine forest. A deep voice filled with malice suddenly echoed, followed by a powerful aura that immediately made the atmosphere suffocating. A moment later, Yuan could see the figure emitting this powerful aura flying towards Grandpa Lon in the skies. That's the demon lord? Yuan mumbled with a dazed look. This demon looked almost like the demon he defeated, except that he was much more muscular, and the red crystal in its chest was much larger, and had a deeper color than the previous demon. Of course, it was also much more powerful and more dangerous. This demon lord reminded him of someone. That red-haired cultivator who was fighting in the skies right before Xiaohua became his servant. The same person he learned the bloody sword strike from, as they both emitted an evil-feeling aura. A moment later, 3 more demons could be seen flying in the sky, but they were not looking at Grandpa Lon. Instead, their gazes were directly on Yuan and the others. You brought a human here to assist you? Ha ha ha. How desperate are you? The 3 demons laughed for a moment before landing a few meters away from them, each of them emitting an aura more powerful than the demon Yuan killed previously. It's been many years since I last tasted human blood. How fortunate. I'll take care of the human and the little princess. The 2 of you can take care of that granny. The demon in the center spoke with a massive grin on its face. Chapter 338. As if such a toy could injure me. Make sure to save some of that human's blood for us, and try not to kill the little princess. The Lord would like to have some fun with her before chewing on her meat and drinking her blood. Another demon said. Yuan, follow me. Lon Yingying suddenly mumbled to Yuan. Once Yuan nodded his head, Lon Yingying turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan also turned around and followed her. Where the hell do you think you're running off to when you were the ones who came here first, you little shits? The demon standing in the front immediately began chasing after Yuan and Lan Yingying. Grandma Lan didn't even bother to block this demon, and allowed it to chase after them. When the other two demons saw this, their eyebrows raised. Grandma Lan smiled and said, "They don't need my help. What's more, I already have my hands full with you little demons." After saying that, she transformed into a large serpent with green scales that resembled Jade. "What are you going to do? Even if we cannot defeat you, you won't be able to kill us either." The two demons chuckled after seeing Grandma Lan transform. Meanwhile, in the skies, the Demon Lord spoke as it hovered before Grandpa Lan. "Do you really believe that you'll be able to defeat us because you attacked us before we attacked you? Because we're not prepared?" And it continued. "Did you already forget what happened last time you tried to invade us by surprise? You lost your son and his partner. This time, you'll lose your wife, your granddaughter, and your own life." After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan spoke. "I remember very well what happened. Their death was unfortunate, but Wed managed to reduce your kind by more than half. This time, we're going to kill all of you and clean up the mystic realm." The smile on the Demon Lord's face immediately turned upside down after hearing Grandpa Lan's words, and it spoke in a grim voice. "Let me see you try." Boom! The Demon Lord exploded with a massive aura, and it rushed at Grandpa Lan. Sacred fire. Grandpa Lan opened his mouth and spat out fire flames at the Demon Lord. Scatter. The Demon Lord used its bare hands to punch the white flames, causing it to scatter all over the place and making it rain small fireballs all over the place. Thus, the Demon Lord began fighting Grandpa Lan in the skies. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and Yuan continued to run away until they were many miles away from the others. "How long do you plan on running for? Did you come all the way here just to abandon those old people?" The demon shouted at them as it chased after them. A few more minutes later, Lan Yingying finally stopped running and turned around. "We can stop now, Yuan." The demon also came to a sudden halt and stared at them with narrowed eyes, wondering what they're planning. "Yuan, I'm going to distract it as planned. Strike it with your sealing technique when you see the chance," Lan Yingying said to him using divine sense. Yuan nodded his head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying turned into her beast form, and immediately rushed at the demon. "Oh, you're going to attack me by yourself? Did you bring that human just to spectate?" The demon was surprised when Yuan stayed behind whilst Lan Yingying attacked it alone. Pap! Lan Yingying used her tail like a whip, attacking the demon with it, and cracking the air on impact. The demon didn't even bother to avoid the attack, and merely used its arms to block it. Boom! The demon was sent flying off into the distance from the impact, but it didn't sustain any injuries in the end. "Haha! Come at me. Entertain me for a bit before I kill that human." The demon and Lan Yingying began attacking each other, quickly turning the scene into a mess. "Little princess, your parents were a treat. My body still trembles when I recall how delicious their meat tasted. I wonder how you'll taste." The demon licked its lips, treating its fight with Lan Yingying as a joke, almost like it was playing around with her. "Shut up." Lan Yingying's attacks immediately grew more aggressive, clearly agitated by the demon's words. "Ahaha. Are you angry, little princess? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the power to kill me. And in just a moment, you'll witness those two old bastards enter our stomachs." The demon continued to provoke Lan Yingying. A few minutes later, once the demon was fully absorbed in fighting Lan Yingying, it forgot about Yuan's seemingly insignificant presence. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying opened her mouth and released a torrent of white flames at the demon, who didn't even bother to dodge it. "You don't learn, do you? You won't be able to injure me with such weak flames, much less kill me." The demon patted the white flames off its body as though it was mere dust. "I've spent enough time messing with you. I would love to eat you right here and now, but alas, the Demon Lord would kill me if I do, so I'll have to endure not it and not kill you." The demon suddenly stopped talking when it felt something pierce its body, causing it to look down. "Huh." The demon raised its eyebrows when it saw a huge sword piercing its body from the back. It turned around to look at the masked figure standing behind it with an annoyed expression on its face, and it spoke in a calm voice. What the fuck do you think you're doing, human? You should have run away when you had the chance. I had even forgotten about you since your presence is akin to an ant. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely pulled the Empyrean overlord out of the demon's body and took a few steps back. What a joke. As if such a toy could injure me. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain on its face. Are you sure about that? Yuan spoke as he pointed to the demon's body. What? The demon looked down, and to its surprise, the hole in its body wasn't regenerating at all. In fact, it was even turning into stone. What the heck is happening? What the fuck did you do to me just now, human? The demon roared at Yuan with veins all over its face. Yuan shrugged and said, it was nothing much, just a demon sealing technique. A what? The demon was shocked after hearing Yuan's words. Once it realized the situation, it roared in anger. Damn you, human! You must be from the demon sealing clan. What is someone like you doing here? Unlike the demon Yuan previously sealed, this demon was still able to move and release its aura after being struck by the demon sealing strike, most likely because it was much more powerful than the previous demon. However, the petrifying effect was still spreading, and it appeared to be spreading much quicker than before. After all, Yuan was also much stronger than before. Fuck. I curse you, human. I curse you, demon sealing clan. Alas, the demon wasn't able to finish its last sentence before being sealed by the demon sealing strike. Yuan, let's leave this demon alone for now so we can help my grandparents. We can finish it off afterward. Yingying said to him. And she continued. This way, we won't alert the other demons. Once sealed, they won't be able to move for at least a few hundred years. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to return to Grandma Lan's side. Chapter 339 Key to Mystic Pagoda. Crack pap asterisk boom. Grandma Lan used her tail like a whip, sending the demons flying whenever they tried to get close to her. Did you come here just to play around? As if such weak attacks could kill us. The demons would return to her no matter how many times they were sent flying by her tail. However, Grandma Lan ignored them and continued to buy time for Yuan and Yingying, as they were her only hope in killing them. In the sky, Grandpa Lan and the Demon Lord also exchanged hundreds of blows with each other in just a few minutes. Old Snake, you guys lost your chance to kill us off when that damn human failed to kill us hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if your bloodline continues for many generations, you will never be able to defeat us. The Demon Lord laughed out loud. The demons were the oldest entities in the mystic realm, as they have survived for hundreds of thousands of years, even before the Lord became the master of the mystic realm. However, despite living for so long, their cultivation hasn't improved by much, mostly because they can only grow so much with the limited amount of spiritual energy in the mystic realm. Hence why they want to break out of the mystic realm so badly, so that they can continue to grow. No matter how much time they're given, if they do not have enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough, their cultivation will remain unchanging. Once we take care of your family, we'll kill all of the humans in this damned world. Eventually, we'll find a way to enter the mystic pagoda and open the seal that has locked us in this world for far too long. Haha. You want to leave the mystic realm? In your dreams, Demon Lord. Even if you manage to kill all of us, you'll never be able to enter the mystic pagoda. Do you know why? Because you don't have the key. Haha. What are you talking about? The Demon Lord immediately frowned, as this is its first time hearing about a key being required to open the mystic realm. You want to know? Too bad. That's as much as you'll know about the mystic pagoda. Grandpa Lan laughed. In truth, Grandpa Lan didn't know anything about the mystic pagoda, and had only mentioned a key just to mess with the Demon Lord. Of course, the Demon Lord didn't think it was being lied to, as what Grandpa Lan said was quite logical. Tell me about this damn key. The Demon Lord roared, its aura increasing to a whole new level as it started getting serious. Make me. Grandpa Lan's aura also rose. When their auras collided, it created an immense pressure in the area that made the dead trees sink a little deeper into the ground. Meanwhile, at Grandma Lan's area, When the demons noticed the demon lord getting serious, they also turned serious. Looks like it's about time we stop playing around and kill you once and for all. The demons emitted an ominous aura that caused the dirt around them to turn black. No matter how many times you attack us, we won't die. Why don't you just give up and let us give you a painful death? Or you can struggle and we'll eat you alive. However, a mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Lan's face, and she spoke. Indeed, we should probably end this. Blood spear. The demons summoned a red spear using their blood. Get her. Just as the demons prepared to attack Grandma Lan, one of the demons felt an immense pressure suddenly appeared behind it, causing it to stop and turn around. What? The demon mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as a figure wearing a black mask swung the massive sword in his hand horizontally, slicing its body in half. Where the fuck did this human come from? And what happened to the one chasing after him? The other demon was as surprised when it realized that its partner had been attacked out of the blue. However, the demon wasn't worried about its partner, as it was confident that such a minor injury wouldn't be able to kill it. As for the demon sliced in half, it frowned when it realized that its body wasn't regenerating. What's going on? The demon exclaimed a moment later. However, Yuan didn't respond to it and turned his attention to the second demon. I admire your guts for returning to his place, but it was a foolish choice, human. This is not a battle you can just enter as you please. You don't qualify to stand on the same battlefield as us. The demon shouted as it tossed the spear in its grasp at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the spear before approaching the demon. Haha, what are you going to do with that sword? The demon's eyes widened with shock when it finally paid some attention to the Empyrean overlord in Yuan's grasp. However, before it could even continue, Yuan stabbed the sword in between its chest. Meanwhile, the other demon that had its body sliced in half was turning into stone. Ah, what is going on? What is happening to my body? The demon cried out loud. This is a sealing technique. The second demon was shocked to see this, and it looked down at the sword in its chest with a fearful expression. Don't tell me. Yuan didn't say anything and pulled the sword out of its body, letting the petrifying effects spread throughout its body. You came back faster than I'd anticipated, young man, just like the first time. Grandma Lan said to him with a smile on her face. I'm sorry I couldn't return faster, Yuan said. Fuck. My body. Why? Why is someone from the Demon Sealing clan here? And that sword? You must be. The two demons looked at Yuan with fear in their eyes, something they haven't experienced since the Lord left the mystic realm. Meanwhile, in the air, the demon lord noticed something was amiss and turned to look at the ground where Yuan and the others were. When it noticed Yuan and the Empyrean overlord in his hands, the demon lord's eyes widened with shock, and it roared in a spiteful voice. That sword. Impossible. You have returned. Chapter 340 The Lord's Sword. What are you talking about? Grandpa Lan looked at the demon lord with a puzzled expression. However, the demon lord completely ignored Grandpa Lan and continued to stare at Yuan's figure with disbelief. A mask? That sword? After so many years, you have finally decided to return to the mystic realm, Lord. A massive smile appeared on the demon lord's face, but there was also a hint of fear in its eyes. What? Grandpa Lan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he heard the demon lord addressed Yuan as Lord. I won't forget the humiliation you had put me through on that day no matter how many years passes, Lord. The demon lord suddenly flew towards Yuan's location. Watch out! Grandpa Lan shouted loudly to warn Yuan and the others of the demon lord's presence. Ha! Yuan turned around at Grandpa Lan's voice, and to his surprise, the demon lord in the sky was flying in their direction. Boom! The demon lord punched Yuan with all of its might, as it didn't want to risk this chance to take him by surprise. Luckily for Yuan, Grandpa Lan had warned him right before the demon lord made his strike, giving him a split second to react and protect himself with the Empyrean overlord. However, The impact was an entirely different matter, and Yuan was sent flying many meters away, crashing into trees and destroying them with his back. Yuan managed to stabilize himself after flying about 200 meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. What a powerful strike. If I hadn't blocked that attack, I would have probably died just now. Yuan's body trembled at that thought, yet his eyes didn't have even a hint of fear within them. Instead, it flickered with excitement, as he has never been pushed to such an extent before. Yuan, are you okay? Lan Yingying quickly approached him. Yes, I'm fine. Yuan nodded. Yuan? Wait a second, you're not the Lord. Who are you? And where did you get that sword? The Demon Lord finally noticed Yuan's cultivation base that was too low to be the Lord and stopped its assault. A second later, both grandparents stood between Yuan and the Demon Lord. If that young man was the Lord, he would have killed you as easily as breathing. Grandpa Lan said. Then he must be a descendant of the Lord. After all, that sword in his hand belongs to the Lord. The Demon Lord revealed, as it will never forget the devastation that sword had caused the demons. What? Really? The Lan family expressed shock upon learning this, since even they didn't know that the sword in Yuan's hand once belonged to the Lord. Is that why I felt some sort of connection to it? Lan Yingying finally realized why she was attracted to the sword. It turned out to be the Lord's sword. So the Sword Emperor is the Lord? Yuan mumbled. Does this mean the Sword Emperor is dead? After all, Feng Yuxiang mentioned that she found the Empyrean Overlord in a legacy tomb, where powerful cultivators leave their legacy behind because they are close to death. That's not possible. He cannot be the Lord's descendant. We have already tested his blood. Grandpa Lan said. The Demon Lord turned to look at the two demons that had been sealed by Yuan. Then you must be someone from the Demon Sealing clan that's also affiliated with the Lord. In any case, I cannot and will not let you leave this place alive. It glared at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Blood sword. The Demon Lord summoned its weapon using its own blood. Even if there are 4 of you, it won't be enough to kill me, especially if the Lord isn't with you. The Demon Lord began approaching them with its aura growing stronger and stronger. Young man, we're going to distract it while you look for the opportunity to strike it with the Demon Sealing strike, Grandpa Lan said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Let's go, Grandma. Yingying, you stay behind. There's nothing you can do here. Even though Lan Yingying didn't want to admit it, she truly did not qualify to be in this battle. A few seconds later, both of the grandparents went to attack the Demon Lord. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to distract me while that human waits for the chance to seal me? I am not as foolish as the other demons. The Demon Lord laughed out loud as it began fighting the 2 snakes. And whenever it had the chance, it would throw an attack at Yuan to let him know that it was keeping track of him. I'm going to fight it. Yuan suddenly said after some time. What? You can't. The Demon Lord is on another level. You won't be able to get close to him, much less attack him. Lan Yingying said. Perhaps not at my current level, but if I increase my cultivation somehow. Yuan spoke as he turned to look at the sealed demons not far away from them. What do you plan on doing? Lan Yingying asked him. I'm going to kill them and eat their demon cores. Yuan replied, shocking her. Are you serious? She looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. If it's true that the founder of the Demon Sealing clan was able to eat demon cores, I should be able to do the same since I have the same physique. But that's just a rumor, a legend. Demon cores are completely different from monster cores. It's too dangerous, Lan Yingying said. It may be risky, but we won't know unless I try it. Yuan said, and he continued. Don't worry, I have a feeling that everything will work out just fine. Lan Yingying opened her mouth, but alas, she decided to not say anything and let him try to eat the demon cores. A moment later, Yuan pointed the Empyrean Overlord at the sealed demons and took a deep breath, preparing to use the heaven-splitting sword strike on them. Chapter 341 Perfect Regeneration. What do you think you're doing? The Demon Lord immediately noticed Yuan gathering his spiritual energy, clearly preparing for an attack, and it immediately rushed at him. However, the grandparents also went to block its path. You think you can just ignore us? Pap! Grandpa Lon slapped the demon lord with its powerful tail, sending it further away from Yuan. Get out of my way! Just as the demon lord roared, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike, completely missing the demon lord. Haha! Where the hell are you aiming? The demon lord laughed in a slightly nervous tone afterward, as it felt the immense power within the strike released by Yuan just now. If that thing had hit me, I would have been in danger. This human is truly too dangerous to be left alive. Luckily, this human doesn't have any control over it. The demon lord cried inwardly, thinking that Yuan had only missed because he doesn't have full control over the technique. However, it suddenly noticed that Yuan wasn't even paying attention to it. Instead, he went to where the sealed demons were before they were accidentally struck by the attack, and picked up their demon cores. What the hell is he doing? The demon lord raised its eyebrows at Yuan's puzzling actions. A moment later, Yuan tossed one of the demon cores in his mouth, shocking the demon lord and the grandparents. Haha! What is that idiot doing? Does he want to kill himself? That makes things much easier for me. The demon lord burst out laughing like a maniac after witnessing Yuan's actions. Young man, what are you doing? Grandpa Lon exclaimed. While he knew that Yuan could consume monster cores, he was still shocked speechless by Yuan's actions just now. After all, demon cores are completely different from monster cores. If eating monster cores is akin to drinking water, then eating demon cores is akin to drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, Yuan could feel his tongue beginning to burn after consuming the demon core. Demon cores are spicy, Yuan exclaimed, recalling the first time he accidentally ate spicy food. However, the demon core was spicier than anything he's ever experienced before. Feeling like he'd just poured a bottle of hot sauce in his mouth. Heaven refining physique activated. Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached first level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 25,000 ding. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Demon core has been refined. Your skill superior regeneration has developed into perfect regeneration. Perfect regeneration, rank, divine description. Can restore even a missing limb. When the demon lord, who was waiting for Yuan to explode from consuming the demon core, realized that Yuan was perfectly fine, even experiencing a breakthrough from it, the demon lord nearly lost its mind from shock. What? That's impossible. How can a mere human consume a demon core? You should have died the moment you ate it, the demon lord exclaimed in a voice filled with bewilderment. However, Yuan ignored the demon lord and proceeded to consume the second demon core. Heaven refining physique activated. Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 26,000. You have reached third level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 27,000. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Fuck. It wasn't a fluke that he survived the first demon core? The demon lord was hoping that Yuan was only lucky enough to survive at first, but after witnessing him consume a second demon core, it concluded that it was not coincidence or luck that Yuan could eat demon cores. Is this human really human? How can a human survive the chaotic spiritual energy within a demon core? Even a demon would go mad if it consumes a demon core. He's even more dangerous than the Lord in some ways. So this is what being a spirit grandmaster feels like, huh? As expected, my body is filled with energy, and it feels like I won't lose no matter what I'm fighting. Yuan mumbled to himself before turning to look at the demon lord who was staring at him with its face twisted in disbelief. I wonder how your demon core will taste, demon lord. Yuan suddenly said to it, causing a chill to go down the demon lord's back. Try to get my demon core if you can, you damn monster. The demon lord roared before it rushed at Yuan with the bloody sword in its grasp. Oh no. Watch out, young man. The grandparents reacted a little slow this time around, mostly because they were still shocked by Yuan's unbelievable appetite, allowing the demon lord to slip right through them. Oh, be okay. Yuan said to them as he raised the Empyrean Overlord and welcomed the Demon Lord. Once it was close enough to strike, the Demon Lord swung its blood sword at Yuan. Boom! Yuan blocked the attack with his own sword, causing the ground to shake from the impact. However, unlike previously, he wasn't sent flying. Furthermore, the blood sword in the Demon Lord's grasp even cracked a little. The Demon Lord sucked its teeth before quickly repairing the sword with its blood arms. The Demon Lord suddenly grew 2 arms behind its back. Blood sword. Then 2 swords appeared in those arms. Die for me. The Demon Lord struck Yuan again, this time with 2 extra swords. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the strikes before activating Heavenly Domain, restricting the Demon Lord's movements to a small extent. For arms? That's not fair, Yuan exclaimed after dodging its strikes. Emph. You don't get to say such words after what you just did. Are you really human? Damn monster in human skin. The Demon Lord said to him. Young man, are you okay? The grandparents returned to his side after their quick clash. I'm okay, and let me fight the demon alone, Yuan said to them. Why you want to fight it by yourself? Grandpa Lon looked at him with a dazed face. Chapter 342 Fighting the Demon Lord. I fight better when there's nobody around me since I can let loose without needing to worry about hitting you guys as well, Yuan said to them. I understand. If you think you can defeat it by yourself, we won't get in your way. But if I sense that you're in danger, I'll immediately assist you, Grandpa Lon said to him before returning to his human form. You want to fight me alone? Haha. Don't get cocky just because your cultivation improved slightly. You're still only a spirit grandmaster whilst I am a spirit lord. There's still a vast gap between us. The Demon Lord laughed as its aura continued to rise. Yuan didn't wait any longer and rushed at the Demon Lord, striking it with his Empyrean Overlord. Clang. The Demon Lord used 2 of its swords to block Yuan's strike, whilst using its third one to retaliate. Yuan then used his movement technique to dance around the Demon Lord. Despite being an entire realm above Yuan, the Demon Lord still had its movements suppressed by the Heavenly Domain. What an annoying movement technique. The Demon Lord didn't dare to waste its movements while being restricted and waited for Yuan to strike, as a single mistake might cost its life. Bloody Sword Strike. Yuan suddenly attacked the Demon Lord after a minute of trying to confuse it with his movement technique. However, even though the Demon Lord couldn't move at its full speed, its reaction remained in peak condition, allowing it to defend against Yuan's strike even though its movements were slowed. The 2 of them continued to dance back and forth with Yuan being on the offensive, and the Demon Lord on the defensive for many minutes. Fuck. How long can he keep this restriction domain active? How much spiritual energy does he have? The Demon Lord cried inwardly, as it had been waiting for Yuan to exhaust his spiritual energy. After all, to sustain such a powerful pressure that could restrict even a Spirit Lord's movements, it would obviously require an immense amount of qi. However, many minutes have passed without any signs of Yuan exhausting his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the Demon Lord roared. Don't tell me you have unlimited energy as well. The Demon Lord decided to risk it and flew into the sky, where the Heavenly Domain could not reach him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Demon Lord in the sky. Although he could also fly, he wasn't confident enough in his flight abilities to fight someone like the Demon Lord in the skies. Blood Spears. The Demon Lord suddenly summoned a dozen spears with its blood before throwing them at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge them, but the Demon Lord continued to summon the spears, raining them down on him. You think you're the only one with inexhaustible spiritual energy? I can do this all day. The Demon Lord laughed as it continued to throw spears at Yuan from the sky. Hundreds of spears later, Yuan left the ground and flew into the air as well. So you've finally decided to fight me, the Demon Lord said as it summoned its swords and flew towards him. Clang! The 2 of them clashed in the air, causing the clouds around them to ripple away. You fell for it, human. The Demon Lord suddenly grinned. The next second, 2 more arms appeared behind the demon lord's back, preparing to strike Yuan at any moment now. Let's see if your movement technique works in the air. However, Yuan remained calm despite the demon lord's surprise. And right as the demon lord moved its arms, Yuan's eyes glowed golden, causing the demon lord to halt for a split second. In this split second, Yuan used the invisible starry abyss to create a hole in the demon lord's face, taking it by surprise for a second time. And with his third strike, Demon Sealing Strike, Yuan used this chance to stab the Empyrean overlord in the chest. He did it. The Lan family watching from afar trembled in excitement after seeing Yuan successfully strike the demon lord. Damn you! The demon lord shouted in rage after realizing that Yuan had managed to injure it successfully. Normally, it wouldn't react even if it had its entire body crushed into meat paste, but a single strike from someone with a demon sealing technique is akin to death no matter how minor the injury. Hell, even an injury as small as a paper cut will seal a demon's fate. This is why the demons feared the demon sealing clan so much. If they so much as bump into their swords, it would mark the end for the demons. After his successful strike, Yuan immediately retrieved his sword and distanced himself from the demon lord, running back to the Lan family just in case. Fuck. The demon lord didn't even bother to chase after Yuan, and instead began digging a hole in its own stomach with its bare hands, trying to rip away the injury created by Yuan. But alas, the demon lord soon realized that its efforts were in vain since the petrifying effects eventually began to spread throughout its body. No. It can't end here. It can't. I still have to leave this godforsaken world and rule the outside world. I cannot die here. The demon lord began shouting like a maniac who'd gone crazy. Who could have thought that after struggling for hundreds of thousands of years, the demon lord would succumb to a human who, logically speaking, shouldn't even have the qualifications to face it. Unfortunately for the demon lord, Yuan was someone who transcended all logic and common sense even in the cultivation world where almost anything can happen. If I die, I will take at least one of you with me. The demon lord suddenly flew towards their direction with its eyes bright red and a resolute expression. Seeing this, Grandpa Lan suddenly shouted, "Shit! It's planning on blowing itself up. If we're caught in that, we'll be in grave danger." "What? It can do something like that?" Yuan exclaimed. Chapter 343 Core Detonation. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Yuan asked them. There is none. I'll try to stop it. The rest of you run away. Grandpa Lan said, prepared to lay down his own life for them. However, Yuan said to him, "No. I will take care of it." "What? You'll die?" Lan Yingying said to him. "That's fine. I won't die forever even if I die. However, that might not be the case for you guys." And without waiting for them to respond, Yuan made his move, flying towards the demon lord. "Wait. Young man." Grandpa Lan tried to stop him, but alas, Yuan completely ignored him and continued moving forward. Ha. So you want to die, huh? This is perfect. The demon lord laughed as its aura grew more volatile and intense. The demon lord was not only getting more powerful, but its body was also glowing redder and redder. As Yuan got closer to the demon lord, he wondered if there was anything he could do, but alas, he could not think of any methods that would save him in this desperate situation. So what if I die? I'll just respawn. So what if I lose my cultivation base? I'll just cultivate some more. If I become a cripple, it won't be my first time. And it's not like I won't be able to walk or move. I'll still be able to explore this world, whether I'm a cultivator or not. Yuan changed direction midway, leading the demon lord further away from the Lan family. Of course, the demon lord was more than happy to chase after Yuan even if it wouldn't be able to kill the Lan family. In its eyes, he would do the other demons a bigger favor if it killed Yuan, who was a much bigger threat than the Lan family could ever be. "Do you really think you can outrun me?" The demon lord laughed as it got closer and closer to Yuan. Even though Yuan's strength could rival even a spirit lord as a spirit grandmaster, his flying speed was an entirely different story. Slowly but surely, the Demon Lord caught up to Yuan, and it was just a matter of time before it blew its entire cultivation up. Yuan stopped running away once they were far enough from the Lan family, and there was no point when he knew that he wouldn't outrun the Demon Lord. In just a few seconds, I will blow up, and everything within 10,000 meters will disappear with me. The Demon Lord laughed out loud as it hovered a few meters away from Yuan. Go ahead. You'll be the only one dying anyway. Yuan shrugged in a nonchalant manner, dumbfounding the Demon Lord. You're not afraid of dying? The Demon Lord frowned. I won't die. Bullshit. You're not immortal. Not even a Spirit King would survive a core detonation at this level. The Demon Lord didn't believe Yuan. Yuan didn't bother responding to it, and calmly stared at the Demon Lord that was almost petrified at this moment. Oh, I can feel it. Power overwhelming my body. Ha ha. It's about time. Die for me, human. The Demon Lord laughed out loud until it exploded. It was at this moment Yuan thought about logging off to escape the explosion, but alas. You cannot log off during combat. A second later, the Demon Lord's body suddenly began twisting and turning in a spiraling motion, almost like a black hole had appeared inside its body and was consuming the Demon Lord inside out. The Demon Lord's body twisted until it was the size and shape of a small pebble, almost like a glass marble of sorts. This pebble then glowed brightly before exploding with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to protect himself by placing it in front of his face. However, the explosion was too large and powerful, and Yuan could feel everything below his chest disappear almost instantly. Ah! Yuan was overwhelmed with pain, losing consciousness almost immediately. Meanwhile, the Lan family could see a bright light in the distance, followed by a strong earthquake a second later. Yuan, Lan Yingying felt her heart being squeezed when she saw this light, and tears quickly flowed from her eyes. Alas! This young man actually sacrificed his life for us. Grandpa Lan sighed, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Many of the participants in the mystic realm were also able to see this bright light in the sky, as it was like a second sun that had suddenly appeared in the world. The sun created by the Demon Lord remained for a good minute before it finally began to subside. The Lan family went to the scene of the explosion in hopes to find Yuan's remains, but alas, they were unable to find him, almost like he had disappeared from this world. As expected, his body has completely disintegrated from the Demon Lord's core detonation. Grandpa Lan sighed. After all, even he wouldn't survive such a devastating attack, much less a spirit grandmaster with a human body. Yingying, make sure you take care of that baby. That young man sacrificed his own life so that you too, all of us could live. Grandma Lan said to her in a grieving tone. I understand. Lan Yingying nodded, still with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, about 100 miles away from where the explosion had occurred, a body that was anything but complete laid on the ground, looking like a corpse that had recently been chewed on by wild animals. Heavens! That almost scared me to death. The voice of a young lady resounded after this disfigured body suddenly dropped from the sky and landed behind her. Just what on earth happened to this person? His body looks like it just ate an explosion. Was he a victim of that random explosion just now? The young lady inspected the corpse out of curiosity, not feeling grossed out by the awful sight that would normally make any young lad's stomach churn with disgust. And why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Perfect regeneration has activated. Chapter 344, Barely Surviving the Explosion. What? His body is regenerating. The young lady was shocked when the mutilated body suddenly began healing, and she watched as this half-completed body regrow the rest of its body, as well as all 4 limbs in just a matter of moments, almost like she was before an immortal monster or something. The young lady took a few steps back just in case. A few moments later, the mutilated body recovered perfectly. It was unlike anything the young lady had seen before. Ugh. Yuan slowly opened his eyes to see the sunlight assaulting his eyes. Did I die? Did I respawn outside the mystic realm? Yuan slowly sat up, still recalling the pain Head felt before losing consciousness. Once his mind and vision began to stabilize, Yuan looked around his surroundings, and to his surprise he wasn't outside the mystic realm. What? Don't tell me I didn't die from that explosion. This is a miracle. Yuan quickly stood up with excitement on his face. Fortunately, Head managed to protect his head and heart. Although his regenerative abilities are not as exaggerated as the demons, it was pretty close, allowing him to regenerate as long as his head and heart are unharmed. It was at this moment that Yuan realized he was not alone, and there was another presence not far away from him. Who's there? Yuan turned to look at the tree a few meters away from him. That voice. Player Yuan? The young lady who had hidden behind a tree slowly walked out with her hands up, showing Yuan that she was not a threat to him. Why you're? Yuan was surprised to see Wang Xiuying there. After revealing herself, Wang Xiuying stared at Yuan with a somewhat amazed expression on her face. What is it? Yuan decided to ask her, feeling like something was amiss right now. Wang Xiuying appeared to hesitate for a moment before pointing at his face. It was at this moment Yuan realized that his mask was gone and his face was in full display. Oh no! The explosion must have removed the mask. Now she knows what I look like. Yuan cried inwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you look like. I promise. Wang Xiuying quickly said to him, feeling extremely nervous at this moment, as she was worried that he would kill her because she saw his face. She doesn't recognize me? Yuan realized that Wang Xiuying didn't realize who he was even though she saw his face. Fortunately for Yuan, Wang Xiuying only remembers what he looked like when he was a kid. Even though she has seen him plenty of times as an adult, Yuan looks somewhat different in the real world because of his skinny appearance, and Wang Xiuying hasn't seen him since his recovery. Furthermore, his appearance has been enhanced as a cultivator. Also your clothes. Wang Xiuying pointed at his legs with a blushing face. Yuan looked down and to his surprise, he was completely naked from his chest down. While his body regenerated, his clothes were a different story. No wonder why it felt a little breezy down there. Sorry, but I don't have any clothes on me, Yuan said in a calm voice. Independent Illinois give you some of mine, okay? Wang Xiuying said as she removed the first layer of her clothes. Luckily for them, disciple uniforms in the cultivation world are mostly unisex, so both genders can wear them and look the same. Thank you. Yuan accepted her clothes and quickly wore them. Although they were a little small, it was good enough to be worn. Anyways, what were you doing that made you in such a state? And how on earth are you still alive? I thought you were some kind of immortal monster at first. Wang Xiuying said to him afterward. Oh, I was fighting some really powerful demon, and it decided to blow itself up. Yuan sighed. Is that what caused the explosion? You're really something else, player Yuan. No wonder why you're the #1 player in the world right now. Wang Xiuying said. What do you plan on doing now? I'm going to go back and see if there's anything left of the demon just in case it also survived, Yuan said. Can I come with you? I won't get in your way, I promise. I just want to see how player Yuan plays the game. She asked him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Since he already knew her, and was even on good terms with her in the real world, Yuan didn't mind letting her follow him. Do you know which way was the explosion? Yuan asked her. That way. Yuan nodded his head, and proceeded to follow the direction she pointed. Sometime later, they arrived at the site where the explosion occurred, and as expected, the destruction caused by the Demon Lord wasn't anything to laugh at. There was a massive crater where the Demon Lord exploded, almost like a meteorite had landed in this place. My lord, you survived something like this? Wang Xiuying turned to look at him with a dazed expression. I know. I'm also surprised. Yuan mumbled. The crater was a few miles in diameter, and it could be a large lake if it was filled with water. I'll be right back, Yuan said to her before flying into the crater to see if he could sense the Demon Lord. He's flying. He can fly. Does this mean he's already a spirit grandmaster? Impossible. We've only been in the mystic realm for a week. Even if his cultivation base didn't reset to the beginning like the rest of us, He still shouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time. Wang Xiuying was truly shocked to the core after witnessing Yuan's flying ability. Meanwhile, Yuan flew around the crater with his divine sense activated. I don't see the Demon Lord nor its demon core. Maybe the demon core was destroyed by the explosion? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. After spending a couple of minutes in the crater without any results, Yuan returned to Wang Xiuying's side. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.